the Aryan Nation Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, and also the American Front. In at least one of these matters, our investigation revealed that funds were used to facilitate the commission of further state and federal offenses, totaling over $3 million. Furthermore, our investigation revealed that the Southern Poverty Law Center, on top of perpetuating this widespread, decade-long, multi-million-dollar fraud, conducted more criminal activity. They attempted to hide their criminal activity from our financial banking network. They set up shell companies and entities around America so that the financial institutions that we rely on as everyday were deceived in believing that money was not coming from the Southern Poverty Law in the perpetration of this scheme and fraud, but rather fictitious entities they stood up to perpetuate this ongoing fraud. This is a serious and egregious violation of a group that purported to dismantle violent extremist groups, but in turn actually only fueled the hatred. This is an important case brought by President Trump's administration. We're thankful to the president for his leadership and funding of not just the FBI and DOJ, but his commitment to go out there and wipe out fraud and conspiracy and waste and abuse wherever it occurs, including the Southern Poverty Law Center. Even though this money was made to appear to be coming from legitimate people and legitimate entities, we at the FBI, with our great partners at the Department of Justice and in Alabama, were able to comb through a decade worth of material, a scheme that's a decade to build, so that we were able to follow the money, because money never lies, and they got caught. As the Attorney General said, these charges are varying, they are widespread and wide-ranging, and this investigation is very much ongoing. Today we're here to announce the charges of the Southern Poverty Law Center, and this investigation and the individuals who are responsible will be brought to justice. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, this is the last part. Now let's all speak.
Thank you. Any questions?
I'd like to know why individual people are not mentioned in this indictment. Is that something that's going to come down the pipe? Is this just an indictment of the entity? Can you kind of explain, could people face charges here, or is this the indictment and you're done?
So, yes, I mean, as we said, the indictment, this investigation is very much ongoing. And today, the grand jury returned an indictment against only one entity, the Southern Poverty Law Center. As you'll see from the end itself, it should be obvious from the indictment the investigation is ongoing.
You're alleging that the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the leaders of KKK and other groups to continue operations. Is that?
I'm not alleging it. The grand jury returned an indictment to that, and so what the investigation found, according to the indictment that was returned today, is that they were paying. So Southern Poverty Law Center is raising money, asking folks to give them money to dismantle racism, and over a very long period of time, they were using some of the money they raised from donors to pay to, they call them field, basically to informants, for information, for access, to just pay them for certain, to do certain things. And so, yes, that's exactly what the indictment charges.
I was wondering if this is going to expand perhaps to more groups. Perhaps there's been a lot of accusations about particular groups like the Patriot Front that get a lot of traction. And
we'll stop there. All right, do your thing. You want to chime in?
I was just looking online while you were playing that of the donation. So I was just looking online. Of the politicians who either endorsed or was funded by SPLC. And so you have Kamala Harris, Shamari Figures, they're all Democrats. Pramila Jayapal, Corey Marshall, Angela also Brooks, that's Maryland. Corey, that's in Illinois. Latifah Simon, that's in California. Leslie Mata, that's Virginia. Alexandria Cortez, that's New York. Summer Lee, Pennsylvania. Rashida Tlaib, Minnesota. John Tester, The list goes on and on, but there's no Republicans. It's all Democrats for 2024. And it has the Ku Klux Klan, the National. Oh shoot, my shit died. But yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot that the Democrats have anything to do with why the justice system is targeting them?
No. I want to observe one other thing that somebody mentioned in the chat. Joe Biden said he ran because of the Unite the Right rally. Now we see that the Unite the Right rally was funded by the SLPC.
Exactly. Why are people like ignoring this part?
But see, I think it's worse than this.
Wait, El Normo, are you against the SPLC?
No, I'm against the illegal activity that they engaged in, the fraud.
Before this indictment, was you under the impression that the SPLC was doing good work against anti-racism and anti-Semitism?
Me as well, yes.
I was fooled by that. They frauded me as well.
Yeah, no, this has been something that's been known by many people for the last, I'd say at least the last anywhere 8 to 10 years. Basically, they're smear merchants. They'll put you on a hate list, which will fuck up your business, whatever it is. No, you can kind of work and try to avoid it. But what they do is they make their money by basically manufacturing a hate crisis or a racism crisis. And
to play on the heartstrings of people's emotions so they can donate.
Wait, are y'all under the impression that these hate groups don't exist?
They do exist, but they amplify the severity and the prevalence of these groups to an extent that it is so unrealistic.
So in a way, the groups are being victimized, right?
No. It's being victimized with the donors.
Wait, listen. So you got to think about it, right? Like, all right, racism. Like, let's go with black people, right? Racism in America and anti-Semitism, right? So this is a sensitive topic for the black people. So when people appeal to people's emotions and they show like egregious stuff on the news, like the Charlottesville protest that led to somebody dying, right? And then people were like, "Yo, how can we combat this evil in America, right? Who can I donate to? Okay, let's donate to the SPLC because this group is fighting white supremacy." But then you donate to them, and then they don't disclose that they're actually funding the extremist group that you're complaining about, right? Because if they would have told their donors this, their donors would have never even donated in the first place. Would it
still work if they publicly said we're sending money to these people to send spies here? Would that have worked?
Literally, but this is how they get. This is where the defrauding happens, right? Regardless of if I'm sending you my money and you're telling me it's going to this specific thing, and then it's actually doing something else, right? That is.
I understand what you're saying, Lou. I'm asking you a separate question. Yes, it is illegal. If somebody needs to go to jail,
that's wrong. It's morally wrong.
That's what I'm asking you about. If I say, I want you to donate to me for me to dismantle white supremacy, spend some of the money to send somebody in to be a spy, and the old Nazi group defrauded you?
Yeah.
Yes, because it's called purpose limitation. The limitations that you're bound by have to be explicitly expressed in the purpose. So when I tell you that I'm taking the money for X, Y, and Z, I can't play in the gray area and say, "Oh, well, shit, I did. I told you what I was going to do, even though you didn't tell me what you was going to do."
But isn't sending an informant a path towards dismantling the group?
No, because the person already exists in that role. If I can convert that person over to be an informant for me, and there's no motive for me to pay them, and then on top of that, I give them money to then give money to other people.
Yeah, I also want to just give an example because this is because of course people posting right now, but this is a post of Kamala Harris falsely accusing coddling the Charlottesville white supremacist rally exactly 1 month after she was endorsed by SPLC. So I'll play a small clip just so you can get an example of it.
Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torch, spewing anti-Semitic hate.
There it goes.
And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
So that's like the sensationalizing, an issue, right? And so this is where you'll hear people say things like, we can't keep blaming everything on the white boogeyman, but then there's other people at play with it, okay? So the Democratic Party is pretty known for always kind of like bringing up race, the white man, white supremacy, all this different stuff, but yet they are actually working hand in hand with white people. So, you know what I mean?
Okay,
let me say one thing, Even if the SPLC has done great things, everything they did finna go up in smoke. When you read this indictment, they haven't even been to investigate the internal operations of the SPLC. This 14-page indictment came from the bank investigation. They got these motherfuckers dead in the water already. If you scroll all the way down to the last 2 pages and read that language, I'm not a lawyer, so I run this by a lawyer, but to me, that sounds like the 2 sections are called forfeiture allegations. And basically, the way I interpret that is they are now finna go inside that company and open up them books to see who all of these people giving money to. So even if they were doing good, it's going to be the worst smear campaign that has ever been garnered on a company, and it started from bank fraud.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Well, I looked up one of these places they was targeting. I think it was the one that they broke into, the National Alliance. Have y'all ever heard of this organization?
Yeah.
I ain't never heard of it.
Pepe know about it. Pepe, what am I going to use?
It's a neo-Nazi organization, all sorts of criminal activity.
You're my brother. Yeah, I love them.
Wait, what?
So, the National Alliance, that's a neo-Nazi. The one that's the organization, Pepe. Is that the one?
Hey, stop trolling, bro. What is the neo-Nazi, what is the national group?
I'm not big fans of them. They drag their feet. They're not true national socialists like myself. And so, in fact, it's. I just don't want to talk about them. They're beneath me.
What? Wait, so you can speak at length about the Southern Poverty Law Center, but you don't have anything to say about the neo-Nazi, the National Alliance? Hold on, Lou.
Are you a government informant, yes or no?
Oh no, I'm not.
You gotta ask him, is he an F?
Y'all don't think it's odd?
But that depends. Hold on a second. I need to ask a clarifying question. Do you have any plans to harm any institutions, property, the government, or anything related to the United States of America, foreign or abroad?
What the fuck?
If you don't have to, if that's not your plan, I'm not an informant. So
But I'm saying this though, right? If you look at page 4A, they actually pay online people too. It says F37 was a member of an online leadership chat group that planned the 2000. So the person who planned the Unite the Right, it came from an online group, and this is one of the government informants that got paid $270,000.
It was a government informant, or
he's a secret paid F37. So
he's not a government informant.
It's from the Southern Poverty Law Center.
He's a SPA.
No, he is paid by the paid by a non-governmental organization, the SPLC.
And you would be against an anti-white supremacist organization sending somebody into an online group to spy on them? Y'all are against that?
No, they didn't send nobody. These people was already in the leadership, and then they got offered the money. These people wasn't created by the SPLC. This dude already made the group, and then he took money from the SPLC.
Not the group. I'm talking about the individual person that they was paying.
Those people were not.
Do y'all know if they were?
They were paying their own fucking people, and then they were paying egregious actors that were literally proliferating.
Talk about the
most racist goddamn people. Like, this is so
acting like that's what happened. That's what you know.
No, I'm asking. I'm gathering information. Y'all are asking.
You was inferring, right? What you was talking about.
Yes, my understanding of it is that they sent people. Are you telling me I'm wrong?
Where are you reading that at?
They didn't send anybody. They were already there.
Wait, hold on. Where are you saying that they?
Let me go back to it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why are you doing this? Like,
wait, are you saying I'm speculating too much? And IG? I thought you were speculating here. You want everybody to be able to talk and give their opinions about whatever. Are you saying I'm speculating?
You're not speculating. You're making a statement. And then you're speculating.
Y'all got it.
This isn't even about being pro-black or anti-racism with you, ma'am. It is all about you protecting your fucking ego and your big goddamn mouth. It's so pathetic.
Pepe don't got nothing to say about the National Alliance. I look it up. They got a history of murdering Jewish people and black people. He doesn't have any statement about that. But he got a statement about this, and y'all think I'm doing it.
I'm not a part of the National Alliance. What the fuck do you
we just trying to figure out what you're trying to say. That's all.
Just asking a clarifying question. You made a statement.
That's crazy.
Pepe, are they your brothers or are they not?
No, I'm not a National Socialist. I'm a
So you
socialist.
said they're my brothers. Are they your brothers or are they not?
Because they're retards. We have to look after them and hope they don't cause too much damage.
So they are your brothers? So they're your brothers?
My retarded brothers. Yes.
We just on recording so we can send it to you.
Send this to the SPLC. They are our retarded brothers. They have Down syndrome. We have to look after them. We have to babysit them. But they are, at the end of the day, they are adults.
Hold on.
We don't have to
we got trolling here. Wait, this ain't the troll room, bro. I don't play that shit, right? This group is anti-black and anti-Semitic, and we disavow these type of actors. So if you really affiliate with these motherfuckers, fuck you, and I hope you.
But I'm anti-retard, so we're not exactly aligned. Like, what the fuck?
All right, can you explain the ideology or no? If not, we'll keep pushing because we don't want to do the shit. What's the charter?
Okay, I won't troll. They're national. I'm not a National Socialist. They're National Socialists. Almost all of the groups that before are National Socialists. Another word for Nazi. I'm not. It's never been part of my ideology. Now, I think like when you get people on the far right, there's always going to be like some convergence of interest. But we generally are going to vehemently disagree on many things, and we don't get along that well. And one of the things a lot of people in this room might not understand is they were never in far right groups. But I'll say this: the infighting on the far right is extremely intense. They do not get along. I didn't get along with the Nazis, like pretty much ever.
Let me read this. It says the National Alliance is a neo-Nazi and white supremacist organization in the United States, founded in 1974 by William Luther Pierce. It is characterized by the ideology that calls for the radical, of Jewish people and other races to create an all-white homeland. Following the death of William Pierce in 2002, Reach Bleppy became the leader, under whom the group suffered to revive the group ideology. It says neo-Nazi and white supremacy. The group advocates for white-only homeland and the removal of Jew and white races. So their spirituality is a spiritual ideology developed by Pierce that combines Darwinism ideas that white supremacists believe. It is officially promoted through the Cosmotheist Community Church. What the fuck is that? I never thought. I do know about this.
So Pierce, you can look him up. He's the guy who in real life he's actually a very intelligent individual, but He was a physicist. He has a PhD. He was a university professor. He's not dumbass, which a lot of white supremacists.
Wait! I didn't ask that question. I asked, what is?
No. Sure. I'm trying to give just a tiny bit of backstory with him. And so he wrote a book called The Turner Diaries. You can look up The Turner.
I actually read that book when I was in high school. Yes.
So he wrote that. He wrote The Turner Diaries.
Yeah, I actually read that when I was in high school.
So just for the people here that don't know, The Turner Diaries is perhaps a guide for what you would call neo-Nazi accelerationism. It's how do you bring upon the downfall of America in order for there to be to bring civil war, to have it happen quicker while whites are somewhat of a majority, in order to have a white majority, after the end of the war.
Well, that's the flashing text of the White Nazi Party of America.
Before you continue, though, so let me tell you, because I read this book in high school. This shit fucking blew my mind. Because when I was reading it, I didn't know it was a fiction book. It was real. It was actually I thought it was a real book, right, based off something that really happened. But what the book did was it inspired a bunch of hate crimes and active terrorism, right? It's over 200. So after people read this book, it's like an indoctrination book. This shit led to 200 murders. Y'all know the
Oklahoma City bombing.
Hold on, let me say it, bro. The
Oklahoma City bombing.
The Oklahoma City bombing with Timothy McVeigh. It was a truck bombing by Alfred P. Murray. It was a federal building back in the day. It's a lot of killings that led to this book. I mean, that got inspired by the people that killed these people. Got inspired by these books. It's a fact, and they quoted them. So yeah, this book is diabolical. Not only did it have like domestic influence, it had international. One of the biggest selling books at one point. What's the dude name? It was like David Cope. He was a British neo-Nazi who killed 3 people in a bombing campaign against the black and gay community in London. So this shit is nothing to be fucked with right here. This is serious shit. So
I would say, like on the, I guess, people that were on the far right, the most extreme, I would say by a long shot, that you would end up encountering are the neo-Nazi accelerationists. These are, you get people who claim they're National Socialists. And by the way, a lot of us, we looked at National Socialists as LARPers. They're just people trying to pretend to be people from a foreign country that don't even share the ancestry of the Germans. From 100 years ago, it's rather pathetic, but you do get the neo-Nazi accelerationists. They're a whole different camp. I've talked to several of these individuals, and they are all about maximalizing violence. Go into a synagogue, shoot it up, kill every fucking Jew. Go into a black church. That is absolutely great. Kill every fucking black. Kill people that are not white. And their whole ideology is basically that the American government will then crack down on white people, try to take their guns. That you'll get angry mobs of blacks and browns that will start attacking white people, and then the white man will be forced to, protect himself, and it will bring about the downfall of the United States, where ultimately the white man is triumphant.
Wait, does the book cover does the book cover their birth rates dropping too as well? Because that's going to be an issue if they drop.
Yeah, our birth rates are actually, I believe.
No, it talks about the replacement theory. It's like it's just a racist ass book. But the person who wrote it, he was actually wasn't he like a biochemist or some shit?
Something like that. He's very intelligent. Like
no, but he was a physician. He was a physician. That's what.
No, he wasn't a physician.
A physicist.
He might have been a physicist.
Yeah. I think it was a physicist.
Incredibly intelligent individual. Like
I wouldn't. I guess.
No. When I say
he got his bachelor's degree at Rice University. So
No. He's a doctor. He has a PhD in physics or something like that.
I'm reading it. It says Pierce received his bachelor's degree in physics from Rice University in 1955, as well as a doctorate at the University of Colorado in 1952.
Yes, he has a PhD.
So yes, he has both. Yes.
So, and this is what I'm trying to say, is that he's not some like low IQ, not able to accomplish any. Yeah, he's literally, he is a fairly, or not fairly, he's a very intelligent individual who had an extreme ideology. Look, we can look at Noam Chomsky, for example, who's on the very far left, who, he, at the end of the day, you cannot say that he's even close to average when it comes to intelligence.
You're trying to change the subject, Pepe.
Individual.
You're trying to change the subject here, Pepe. No offense.
No, I'm not. But like what I'm trying to say is that you can get people on the far left and the far right that are extremely intelligent. Like the ideology is not necessarily tied to how intelligent you are. And
this man is a murderous psychopath.
Pepe. Sure he is.
Sure.
But nobody would call him stupid.
All right.
Yeah, that's like saying that the Nazis were smart, you know?
A lot of them were. I mean...
Yeah, but that's not really what we're discussing. We're discussing the murderousness and the destruction.
But we all know that, okay, but nobody denied the murderousness of their ideology.
I know this shit makes you... I know you're getting your rocks off and you're feeling good about this white supremacy shit, but just calm down. So let me just read some shit. It says the book was inspired by numerous hate crimes and acts of terrorism. It is estimated to have influenced the perpetrators of over 300 murders. I feel like I'm on TikTok. In 1983, inspired by the Turner Diaries, 3 members of the Sword in the Arms of the Lord plotted to bomb the Alfred P. Murray Federal Building using a truck bombing. This plan did not go as action over the decades. In 1995, Timothy McVeigh perpetuated Oklahoma City bombing, killing 168 people, targeting the same Alfred P. Murray building. What else? It says he was found with a copy of the book with several phrases highlighted, including, "But the real value of all of our attacks today lies in the psychology impact, not in the immediate casualties. And we can still find them and kill them." This shit is like diabolical. What the fuck?
I have a question. Why?
This is the most radical playbook.
I'm actually in agreement. Like, these motherfuckers need to get infiltrated and
Sure. So, but I would
that's
think
the only way that you can kind of.
I have a question.
These type of.
But this is the main difference between. Hold on.
No. You've been talking for a minute. No. You've literally been talking nonstop for like 5 seconds.
With a quick answer.
But you don't need to. You guys
There's a huge
for 5
difference.
seconds.
No, shut up.
Just listen for 5 seconds.
Because I'm talking about the book real quick.
Nobody cares. I want to know
answer the
why are
question.
you so comfortable around white supremacists and why? Like, I want to understand.
Nobody cares. I'm not answering your questions. I'm responding to Lou.
Nobody.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm responding to Lou. Okay.
I'm asking.
You cannot ask me anything until I respond to this.
Why are we interested in someone?
Because I'm responding to it. Shut your fucking mouth and let me respond. I only have one sentence to say. Just shut the fuck up.
I really don't understand. It's really interesting.
Nobody cares. Let me say the one. I'm just responding to his point.
He wasn't making a point. He was making a statement.
No.
If you actually take the time
yes,
to actually
he
listen,
did, and this is where I'm responding to it.
A statement doesn't need a response. It needs to be actually understood. And if you actually take the time, you might actually learn something.
Hold on, real quick. Let me say this too.
For an example, Mr. Luther.
Yeah, whoever's on the stage, muting me and then kicking me down, that's so retarded. I was responding to Lou.
All right, hold on, bro. All right, hold on. Let me just finish this part. My bad, I had a phone call. It says J.M. Berg noted that there was, quote, no clear indication that Timothy McVeigh subscribed to any specific white nationalist ideology despite his fixation on this text, which is cap. The book was the first piece of evidence introduced during a trial. Witness testified that he was obsessed with the book and sold it at a gun show. His attack was very similar to the truck bombing of the FBI headquarters in the book. After the bombing, the book was brought to greater public attention. Mark Otok of the SPLC, which is crazy, said in the aftermath that William Pierce doesn't build bombs. He builds bombers. Pierce stated opinion on the bombing varied at the time. Hold on, let me find the part where he was talking about this other dude. Okay, here we go. So it says the book also inspired the formation of several violent groups. One group called the Order, which is a white supremacist organization, terrorist organization.
Yeah, I know the former leader. I talked to him quite a bit.
Is he your brother, Pepe?
No, I've talked to him on X quite a bit.
Why does he feel so proud to say that kind of thing? I don't understand.
No, I'm saying I know who they are.
Anybody come out there might just shoot him. Anybody, I don't care who it is. Anybody come out there might. It says the Order, because this is all new to me. I'm not familiar with these groups. And I think a lot of people need to be proactive instead of reactive and start looking up these groups, see where they at, see where their ideology aligns, so we can get rid of these pieces of shit and stop reacting to when they do some violent shit to us. But let me say, it says the Order in 1983-1984 was a white supremacist terrorist organization which named itself after the organization in the book. It formally called itself the organization. The Order murdered 3 people, including talk radio host Alan Berg. Sounds like a Jewish man. Let me see. Make sure.
There was a Jew in Denver. Yes, they killed him.
Wait, why did they kill him? What the fuck?
Because they disagreed with them. It's just they're terrorists.
All right, let me finish. All right. And committed numerous robberies, counterfeit operations, and acts of violence in an effort to provoke a race war in the United States. In 1994, the Aryan Republic Army, what the fuck, committed a string of armed bank robberies, at least 22. They were inspired by both the fictional The Order within the book and the Order organization that had itself been inspired by the Turner Diaries. One statement they recorded encouraged watchers to read the book. Members were also so this book basically inspired all type of. Now I don't know if this is true or not, but this is my last point. I'll let y'all go. It says in the wake of the January 6th United States Capitol attack, historians Kathleen Ballou argued that the book was an inspiration to the rioters. She wrote that some actions in the attack appeared to be inspired by the book.
Is it the bitch from the University of Chicago? She's a kook.
Shoot him. I told you, we might come out there, might shoot him. Bring him back up after I'm done. Damn, where I was at? Fuck it. Don't even worry about it. Who next? This shit crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
Yo, this is definitely different.
Where the fuck is these pieces of shit at? Somebody said these people be on X.
Yeah,
they everywhere, bro.
Crazy.
Bring something back up.
And you know what I'm thinking? I wonder. Go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I was just wondering.
I see why Jewish people don't be aligning with the. And I see why they be like, man, I'm not white because they, I kind of, but damn, this shit kind of crazy.
Yeah, I be saying that sometimes when people be like, the Jews is out to get us. I be like, the white supremacists want to kill the Jews too, but whatever.
Here goes your go ahead, say your stupid comment.
The fact that you think I can hear him is crazy. I don't speak racist. But I wonder if this is going to backfire, where it's like they're going to bring so much attention to the Southern Poverty Law Center that people going to go online and listen. Because they have like an archive. The Southern Poverty Law Center has an archive of all these hate groups. It's like an encyclopedia. So I wonder if this is going to backfire and people are going to go. Because you said you never heard of the National Alliance, right, Lou?
No, I heard of the National Alliance. I haven't heard of all of these other groups. It's like
they say it's
Army.
splintered.
Law enforcement and these groups absolutely know who they are. That's the funny part.
He talks over other people. Lou, I don't know how you ignore this.
Just shoot him if he's talking over you.
Yeah, he keep doing that shit, man.
So the group split off into these different groups. Now, this is one thing that I do think is suspicious, because when I was looking at the background, it said that this one particular one, it kind of died off around 2016. And if you look at the money trail, it seemed like they started spending money, like the money line that they're counting, it starts in 2016. So I wonder if after they had like their little civil war inside the organization, if something happened where it's like they started struggling to follow them or something. Because I just think it's odd that that's the same year.
Many things happen. Unite the Right rally.
Go ahead, listen.
The Unite the Right rally when you had.
Stop it in a minute.
Okay, shut up. You're so rude.
Why the fuck you let fucker run this room like this? Like,
is he crazy?
He just basically said he kicked the knee on.
Yeah, hold on, bro. I wasn't even talking. That was Sam. He cut Sam off. I wasn't even talking. But bro, you're not finna disrespect somebody that I know personally. So you gotta chill the fuck out, cokehead. The fuck on you. Sam, do you think this?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, and anybody on stage, y'all can answer this too. So you think that, because there are people that are kind of split on...
I ain't gonna lie, bro. That may give me Fed vibes, bro. Because it's like, bro, why are you so angry? Once you start talking about feds and shit, as soon as I start asking you, are you a fed, you just been crashing, bro. Calm the fuck down.
You know what? It give me the reverse. The same way like these organizations pay people to go online and do something. I almost think it's the reverse. Like he gets paid to go online
and understand black people.
And he probably records it and sends it in. Like, I got this real good. They didn't even finish the conversation. Look at how I changed the whole conversation around to basically that we was bigging up the people.
Wait, now hold on. Because I do like because we make this room for information because we have people on stage that don't mean we're friends. So I like to hear his side, but bro, we ain't got to do that. Like, fuck you and shut the fuck. Like, calm down, bro.
No, I definitely understand.
This is an opportunity to exercise his racism that he gets a whole.
Listen, first of all, you can't exercise racism on the stage. It just works. But I do like to hear all sides. But bro, you got to calm down. The disrespect El Janelle. It's not happening.
Right, I don't want to make it all about him. I just want to just say something. I don't know if you noticed, but he's kind of conducting the narrative. Like, you see, when I asked him, like, well, can you tell me about the National Alliance? As much as he likes to talk, he actually said he didn't have nothing to say.
And then as soon as I started to talk about it and look at it,
talk about it, because he wants to steer the conversation this way. The guy is smart. You see what I'm saying? So
you're talking about William Pierce.
You got to catch that. He's
okay, but I'm saying that. But the National Alliance was. She asked you about the National Alliance, and then you he created the National Alliance.
Yes, but I could tell you about Pierce, and that's why I went on to say, like, yes, the Turner Diaries, all of that. And the only point I was trying to say earlier is this: when it comes to the far right, you could say they're all bad. That's fine. I don't care. You get people that are white nationalists, but they don't hate Jews. You get white nationalists that don't like Jews. You get white nationalists that are a mix of Christian nationalists. You get those that are just Christian nationalists. They're not racial. But then you get those that are national socialists.
Who's the Christian nationalist that's like considered a white supremacist? That's not a
that's a hybrid.
Racial. Oh. You said the ones that's Christian nationalists. That's not racial. Name somebody that's famous. That's not racial on the right.
That's not racial. I would say, goddamn, off the top of my head, I'm trying to think of there's many.
They're all brother.
No, they're not. A lot of the Catholic or Christian nationalists, or even some of them are Catholic nationalists. They are basically, you could say, like jihadist Christians. And so they don't care about race, they care about religion. And by the way, you can meet them on this app. They are black, like literally from Africa, from anywhere. And they are very far right, Christian, jihadi-like nationalists. And then the only caveat I would say with the National Socialist people, which I was never a part of, you get the National Socialists, which, are kind of already, kooky to begin with. But then you get the neo-Nazi accelerationists, which are a whole different fucking ball game. These are people who explicitly call for violent terrorist attacks, and these people are like absolutely fucking insane.
Are they in the, are they usually in the South, Midwest? Where are they? Like
all over.
Yeah. So Lou, let me ask you this. All right, so back to kind of like this little indictment, though. If you think about it, it's, I know people are split on what they feel like is the intent here for the Southern Poverty Law to donate $3 million over the course of 8 years. Do you think that they were donating because they knew groups like that would crash outs, or do you think that they were assisting in authoring some of these campaigns?
I'll answer that. I'll give you an example, right? So the Big U case, right? They was doing this thing called the GRID program in California, right? Where they was, instead of giving the money to police officers and the money to gang leaders to stop violence in their communities, right? So they give them a phone. Basically, they report to the police officers. These are the gang leaders, and then in return they give them 6 figures, right? So there were gang members that was just doing this strictly for some money. They knew that they wasn't going to give them anything substantial, right? To like get somebody indicted, but they'll like report certain shit to the GRID program, just enough so where they can get their money, right? So this is what's going on. This is what's going on in California for a minute, like for the last 15 years. So I'm pretty sure that's probably what's going on. I think a lot of these federal informants, these the CIs that work for the SPLC, I think they probably knew that they were just using it for money. They was probably telling their homeboys, their little Nazi homeboys, what was going on. I think it was a play, man. I think they got played.
Yeah, let me ask you this. Imagine you belong to a gang, and you find out one of the other gang members is giving your rival gang money to buy bullets. Putting aside what would happen to that.
What was the question about that?
Yeah, imagine you belong to a gang and you find out one of the other gang members is giving your rival gang money to buy bullets. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, never mind what's going to happen to that guy when people find out.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the analogy I just thought of here. And
I honestly agree. I don't think. I don't know. I think the dude that they was paying probably was relaying the message, because it's like okay, for you to use a CI, right? You would have to have some information on them. That way, they won't turn on you, right?
Yeah.
So, like, what would the CPLC or SPLC have on these informants to where they feel like they're loyal to the SPLC outside of just monetary gain? Can anybody kind of answer that? Because the FBI, like, they'll have a case on you, and if you don't, if you don't cooperate, right, they'll just indict you, right? So it's like, what could the CPLC do? If you know what I'm saying, like for extra consequences.
You don't think that like the fact that they can't jail people and they can't have that type of leverage, that's why they needed the money. One, or
wait, what was the first question?
Maybe that's why they needed the money, because they didn't have leverage over them. One, and then also maybe some of those people get sick and tired of hearing that shit, and they have feelings where they like, fuck these people, I want to turn them in. Or maybe the people already not racist and they go in there purposefully undercover because they want to feel like they freedom.
But there's no proof in the indictment that these people were like already undercover. These people
I'm speculating. This is we can speculate it here, right?
Yeah, I hear you, but I'm saying that's probably happened. But I'm saying it has to be like, okay, if I'm a leader of a gang, right? Or if I'm a leader of a Nazi group, right, and let's say, all right, I just want to get some money from the CPLC, whatever.
Do you know what it is, probably, Lou?
Yeah.
The Southern Poverty Law Center, they would go out of business as an institution, or they would have no purpose as an institution if there wasn't racist, right? So what the Southern Poverty Law Center probably did with this, and I don't know all the details, I'm just going to spitball it, right? Armchair quarterback. They probably funded their enemies so they would have a reason to stay in existence and receive funding from various.
That's what I'm.
That's not the only thing that they do, though. Like that doesn't make any sense.
That literally was my logic when I first read this.
Right.
I just aren't familiar with the series.
Hold on, let him land.
When an institution or a public institution especially loses its purpose and it doesn't restructure or find a new purpose to our existence, it just basically gets destroyed. It's almost
because there are no more white supremacist organizations to fight anymore, right?
Exactly. Well, not like it used to be, right? It's not like Jim Crow, right? Or like political parties that are actively, openly white supremacists, right?
Do you think it has to be as bad as Jim Crow to still need to be fought against, or?
I think the Southern Poverty Law Center has been wasting a lot of money in the last 20 or so years.
Wait, no, I'm sorry, but I asked you a separate question. Even the white supremacists.
I'm answering your question.
This is my last question.
I'm literally answering your question.
No, you said you think they've been wasting a lot of money. What I asked.
Yes, I don't think.
This is my last question. Do you think that if a white supremacist neo-Nazi organization is not as overt as they were during Jim Crow, but they're still organizing in different ways to push, what did he call it, accelerationists, do you think that they still need to be fought against, or is it like just leaving people alone because it's not as bad as Jim Crow?
That's a stupid question. Yeah, the FBI.
But what do you think?
That's the FBI and different local agencies deal with those accelerationists. So the Southern Poverty Law Center would not be a factor in it. It's like null and void, right? So I was gonna say to the point, Luke. People don't even know this, but
answer my question.
I literally answered your question multiple times.
No, you said it's not like
I answered your question multiple times. If you don't like the answer to the question, if you don't like the answer to the question, you can just move around.
I said if it's not as bad as Jim Crow, do it still needs to be pushed back against? Yes or no?
Yeah, I just answered both of your questions.
Right. Before my bro Armenians continue, can you, whoever got Chris blocked, can y'all unblock her or move y'all down?
Who?
It's the profile up top. The profile up top. I'll give you 30 seconds. Thank you. Continue, brother.
I was gonna say,
blocked in 30 seconds, I'm gonna move everybody down.
I was gonna say no institution, agency, or business is kind of like safe from this phenomenon. A lot of people don't know this, but on multiple occasions, the United States Marine Corps was actually about to be disbanded. Right, because they were saying, hey, the Army and the Navy, their purposes overlap. So basically, the Marine Corps had to basically justify to Congress and to different politicians, the reason that it should still exist as an institution. Is this was some years ago, but it's 200 plus years old. So yeah, I would think this is probably what some idiot at the Southern Poverty Law Center was doing. They were saying, hey, like, we need to have a big bad boogeyman. We need to increase this presence so we'll have a reason to continue to exist and get more funding.
Yeah, I totally agree. I just wanted to add this to it real quick though. So I'm looking on Twitter right now, and it's doing like a little recap of 2024. It seems like 2024 was a big year for the Southern Poverty Law Center. It says it added turning point. I think what's going to end up probably coming out of this is they're probably going to tie it to Charlie Kirk. But let me finish. The Southern Poverty Law Center added Turning Point USA to its annual Year in Hate and Extremism report, an associated hate map in May 2025 as part of its documentation of group active in 2024. The SPLC published a dedicated case study titled Turning Point USA, a case study of the hard right in 2024 on May 22nd, 2025. It described True USA as a hard right organization promoting white Christian supremacy through fear-based politics targeting immigrants, the LGBTQ community, and civil rights activists. It also labeled the group an anti-government extremist group in the broader report tracking 1,371 hate and anti-government extremist groups. So it kind of gives like a whole map of this. So
let me just read this part too. It says they were. So I was putting this. So it's the DOJ. So the indictment repeatedly describe that these individuals as affiliated with or members, leaders, organizers inside the groups. So these people were already members or leaders of these extremist groups already. They wasn't like outside recruited and then inserted by the CPLC. It says one key example: a high-paid informant from 2014 to 2023 got paid over $1 million. Was already affiliated with the neo-Nazi National Alliance. Another, an informant who received $270,000, was a member of an online leadership chat group that planned the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally. He attended the rally at the direction of the SPLC and helped coordinate transportation for other participants while making racist posting under CPLC supervision. So he was making racist posts under CPLC supervision online. And then it says the CPLC internal call them field sources, or the Fs. So the program which, yeah. Do you think?
No, I thought you was there.
No,
I was going to ask, does it give any details on what the participants were doing? Like what their status was, like, you know, or what their engagement was?
It's the same as if the FBI uses agents to pretend to be children to capture pedophiles online, and then they arrange to meet them and fly them. Yes, it literally is. That's what they do. They pay people to pretend to be bad guys. They do the same thing with drug dealers. It's literally the same. You said they paid them to put hate.
They were already members of these extremist groups. So listen,
exactly, Lou. They turned on their organizations and they were informants. Yes.
Okay, Miki, let's just slow this down, right?
Remember when you went in the white hate groups to literally bring intel back to us? The difference is that you weren't paid and you just weren't a member. But guess what? You actually had a fake profile. You were in those orgs, you joined their groups. Now, when they come with the indictment for you and saying Lou Fax purported to be a white racist, purported to agree with them, because you told us you did this, purported to communicate racist information. It does not matter. The difference is that you were not paid, but you literally did the same thing. You joined their organizations, you pretended to align with them, and you communicated with them in their own language. Same difference. You're just not an official informant.
Giving millions of dollars to leaders.
Let me say this last part, brother. So there were no evidence. So this is how the FBI, right, or the government operates, right? They have criminal leverage. So like, if they got you touching children, and they like, okay, or they got you stealing or killing somebody, and they say, okay, in order for you to beat your sentencing, you have to work on behalf of us, right? If not, you're gonna go to jail. In this specific SPLC case, they didn't have no evidence of criminal leverage or blackmail, right, to mention in the indictment. There was no where if we're going to pay you this money and you give us this information, if you don't give us this information, then we're going to lock you up. They didn't have that leverage. So comparing this shit to like the FBI or like some espionage or some shit like some Jeffrey, it's not comparable, ma'am.
Financial organizations also have informants. Whistleblowers also get paid.
I was about to say, everybody with the FBI or the feds are not because they got caught in turn because they had leverage on the crime. Some people.
Who said all? I said this is how it works historically.
Well, when you say this is how it works, it kind of implies like this is the difference because they don't have no criminal leverage.
But I'm saying there was no criminal leverage at all. It was
but there are you recognize that there are informants for the CIA and
can I say something right
that are not in the
work. Can I say something?
Hold on. So listen, I think y'all getting
stuff confused. I don't know how y'all let
confused.
Pepe talk uninterrupted for so long and I can't.
I mean, you interrupted me multiple times. So. Yeah, but I ain't interrupted nobody. I'm just saying that.
You interrupted
I just want to say.
You gotta finish.
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't know she was supposed to.
Is Chris in here?
No, I don't see her.
Yeah, all y'all gotta do is click the link up top and unblock her. I don't understand why I gotta move her.
Who the fuck blocked her?
Well, look at the people you normally don't have modded in here, and then why don't you ask them? We do this all the damn time.
No,
I only see one KKK crack up in here that's modded that don't normally be in. That's Matt.
Yeah. Wait, Matt's a KKK?
Do you already know that he say nigger and all of this other dumb shit? We told you this shit for years.
First of all, I ain't never heard him say nothing.
Yeah, he don't tell it to you, but he still fucking says it. Come on, bro. Seriously?
I never heard him say nothing.
Well, put a 1 in the chat if you've already heard him say this shit in other spaces. Please stop.
He said nigger?
Yes, he also says all kind of crazy. He literally said this clubhouse makes me more racist than I normally am.
On your mouth.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dumbass bitch. We already know who the fuck you are.
Backhead.
Racist ass bitch. Your mama home. Fuck you.
She has me blocked because I can't message her. I can add her, but I can't message her. Does that mean she got me blocked?
Nah. She ain't following you.
No.
Police lie in investigation.
You can't even be a real ass racist because you're a bum, broke ass up in here with black people. Our friends having fuck.
You actually.
Police lie and use undercover tactics because they're not trying to get money from average citizens. While they're doing it, they're trying to catch criminals. And the courts have ruled it constitutional in such key cases as Frazier versus Cupp. If you're trying to get money from people, you have to tell the truth.
Wait, did you say the police don't get money from people? Did you say the police don't get money from the average everyday person? Is that what you said?
I didn't know. No, Miki, you know what I said. Don't misrepresent it.
I didn't say shit. That was another black woman, another racist. Look, Lou might use y'all for content, but y'all already know it's fuck y'all.
I don't think that's fair to say because a lot of times in some of the cities where it's like issues with school funding and things like that, when you look into their budget, a lot of their budget is bloated for the police budget. And like when people try to say stuff like, hey, why don't you take some of this money from the police budget and give it over to education? The police union were organized to be like, no,
I'm moving everybody down, bring up back up.
and they would be like, I would definitely die. And they would be like, we need all of this money because look at how bad the crime is. So that's kind of the same thing.
As soon as I move somebody down, that's what coming to I don't understand. Like, what the fuck? All right, let me do something real quick. All right, everybody come back on stage. Unmute your mic. All you gotta do is unmute your mic, come back on stage.
That's damn, Lou. This a new thing. I don't even have nobody blocked on this page. Not even the Bitcoin scammers.
I don't know why when it's not y'all be talking.
Chris, who do you think? Okay, well, can you show me?
I don't know, because I don't
Chris,
really
that's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, not you, Chris. That bitch, that like.
Just unmute your mic. You wanna come back
right
on stage,
there,
everybody?
like. Chris, who do you believe it was, Chris?
Let me see something. I'm trying to see, like,
Listen,
who can I listen, like, y'all start making the stage straight.
Listen, I just want to say this. Don't bring your beef in other rooms to this room. I allow everybody in here. I don't allow disrespect in here. We're going to keep it to the points, to the topic, and keep pushing, okay? Just because I'm on people that we're friends, I don't know 98% of y'all. And I might keep it that way, all right? So, yeah, let's just keep it to the topic. Let's not derail it. Try to make it shit about other rooms or what happened. I don't allow no disrespect. Okay, no racism, no bigotry, no anti-whiteism, no anti-Semitism, no anti-Negroism, no anti-LGBTQ. Okay, and no colorist behaviors. Okay, thank you. Let's continue.
Too late for that.
Yeah,
it's never too late for you to act like you got some sins outside of the shit that was done to you. It's never too late for that, right? Because everybody in demographics ain't did shit to you, right? But you want to blame everybody as if they did some shit to you. That's crazy. So I'm in very much agreement with Lou. Do what you got to do for your stage, real talk. Because some of y'all just don't know how to get over shit just because it happened to you, as if it ain't I don't know how many people on this earth. Y'all get over it, all right? Get the fuck over it.
What are you saying?
The fuck?
What are you talking about?
All right, so I just want to say this, right? I'm going to do a poll because I'm on the side of there's an incentive, right? Because people, there's like $1 trillion industry appealing to people's emotions and trauma, right? And then people use that trauma as leverage for donations. and then they use that donations to incentivize the same trauma that we're donating to, right? So that's what I think is happening in this situation. I think these people. I don't think everybody in SPLC had this malice intent, but me knowing the history of these white liberals and what Malcolm X has said about these white liberals and how they're usually the most dangerous, I'm pretty sure that these people didn't care about the hate crimes that they purport, and they actually use these people to add on to the division in America so they can make all of this money. Okay. There's a Nigerian albino that's in prison right now for this exact same thing with Black Lives Matter. They used money, the donations for Black Lives Matter for their own personal gain. So you leave it at that.
Bro, you know Booker T. Washington called this shit out years ago.
He already said she felt like it was pockets. Can we all not be
Young brother first.
What?
Wait, no, because I asked Lou.
Oh, y'all circling back.
She had me blocked.
Shut the fuck up.
Y'all go down Pockets. Go listen to Pockets. Pockets got some good ass fucking music. Y'all go listen to Pockets. She got some dope ass fucking playlist. The playlist fire. Okay. Let
All right, mute up. This ain't got nothing. This ain't fucking verses. Just everybody come to fuck. Hey, real quick. So Pockets. When you click on her profile, does it say block, yes or no?
No, it literally says I can't message her, so that's why I asked you.
Okay,
Does that mean I'm blocked by her?
So Pockets don't have to block.
My page is
I will even add it as a PTR if that makes everyone feel better.
If you're not following her, she's not following you back. Nobody can message her. So it's not. So she just. So because before she got in here, you insinuated that she had you blocked. She doesn't know you.
I don't know. I was listening. We were. What is going on? Don't make this a thing. He was asking if someone had him blocked. Okay, don't make this a thing. I was just making sure if I didn't have her blocked, all right? Or she didn't have me blocked. I was being proactive.
The fuck alone. It's nothing on Pockets when I'm in the wrong. I'm happy y'all ain't even doing half of the shit.
Let her know where you're going.
We don't got nobody blocked. I'm biased.
All right, we're moving on. We're not gonna do the ADHD shit. One mic on Armenians.
Stop, because they trying to play Pockets. No, stop. No, stop.
Get your big head ass down. All right, continue.
Yeah, shout out to the patriarchy. But Booker T. Washington actually talked about this phenomenon. Well long. How long he lived, right? How long ago he lived. He basically called out like the black people. The black elite who were basically ambulance chasers. That's what he called ambulance chasers. So he talked about how like rather than fixing the problem and coming up with like actual solutions, they kind of create this economic insulation where they always have a job and they're always ambulance chasing, and they're not actually creating real solutions or sustainable solutions. So I think you see this the same phenomenon in black academia and black activism today. Rather than actually coming up with adequate, solutions, building an institution, or creating policy or lobbying politicians, it's just they're ambulance chasing and they're running up a bag, and it's just weird. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. There are a lot of organizations that say that there's hate. Like, for example, wasn't the SPLC founded in 1973, and they still kind of do this shit to this day? Right? They pretty much talk about conserving traditional values and how we have to keep America white. Oh, shit, my bad. That's the Heritage Foundation. I thought we were talking about white liberal organizations. Turns out there's a white conservative organization that does the same thing. Now, are you guys familiar with the Heritage Foundation?
Yes.
No? Really?
The difference is one is see
the same allegations against them. What did Malcolm say about white conservatives, brother Lou? Brother?
He said,
brother?
I will tell you.
Tell me, brother.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. With all due respect, ma'am. God bless you. He actually said that they're loud. He said that they're just as bad, but he said the reason why white liberals is just as worse, right, and more dangerous is because they do this wolves in sheep clothes. They smile in your face and act like they care about your issues, but behind the scenes, they perpetuate the same racism that the right is outwardly portray. So that's the difference. I'd rather deal with people. If I had to choose between the lesser of two evils, dealing with people that tell me how they feel up front versus the people who smile on my face and then enact the same Klan tactics. I would rather deal with the right, and when it comes to that specifically.
So you'd rather the outright Klan than the people you say are funding the Klan?
Oh wait, everybody on the right isn't the Klan.
Oh.
Everybody on the left isn't the Klan. I'm saying if I had to choose, I would rather not deal with either. But if I had to choose between somebody that smiles in my face, right, and act like they're a friend, and they perpetuate racism, and somebody that tells me where they stand with me, so I know how to move and conduct myself, right, I will choose the person on the right. Am I tripping anybody? Do anybody?
Hey, let me read what the Honorable Booker T. Washington said. Actually, he said.
What would he have said about you, Armenians? He would have called you a coon.
Hold on, excuse me, Queen. He said, "In profiting from pain, in my larger education, Washington noted that some individuals make a business of keeping the troubles, the wrongs, and the hardship of the Negro race before the public, the grievance industry." He argued that the people had a settled habit of advertising their wrongs, partly because they want sympathy and partly because it pays. So I mean, if our ancestors, in all of their wisdom and all of their, exposure to the harshness of, what they call the Negro problem, if they were calling out some of these dynamics at that time in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and you still like 200 plus years later, 100 plus years later, whatever, you still have the same dynamics going on. I think it's just kind of crazy. Like it's to me, it's insane.
Hey, what would Booker T. Washington say about your affinity for Hitler, young black man?
On page 10.
Can I ask you a question, Miki?
Yes, you may ask me a question. I don't know if you have the ability to articulate yourself, but you may ask me a question.
What's going on with Sheikah? Miki, let me ask you.
Speaking of paid informants by conservative organizations, weren't you bragging about getting $12.52 an hour from MAGA? For the
$12.50.
Miki, let me ask you this, Miki. At what point?
Lou, stop playing in my motherfucking face, man.
At what point do you see yourself being allies or working with white people in any way, shape, or form, or is this just an act online that you do?
I literally have European blood, sir. Unlike you, who just fucks biracials, my shit came naturally through lineage. So, what kind of dumbass question was?
Like you hate white people, though. It seems like you you hate them.
Why would it seem like I hate white people? And I've been conservative longer than you could pronounce MAGA. What does that even mean?
I'm not speaking about conservative or liberals. I'm talking about your rhetoric. The words that come out of your mouth.
What words come out of my mouth in terms of rhetoric, sir?
Like you called him a coon.
I did call Armenius a coon because he's very anti-black. Actually, Armenius doesn't like white people. He did a whole trope that he said he impregnated a random white woman for laughs on this app.
I was talking about you.
You don't know me, sir.
I think we should get back to the
I think you have an over-affinity for random-ass white people, to be perfectly honest, Curtis. You espouse them higher than yourself. It probably has to do with the fact that you're a little chocolate and somebody told you wasn't shit. I don't have such illusions. I didn't grow up impoverished in the hood and looking at white people as, oh my God, white people have money. They're so awesome. I want to fuck random white and biracial bitches because I'm a black man and that makes me feel like a real live boy. I don't have such aspersions, sir, to my character and my lineage. Get your little Sam 2-generation ass the fuck on and don't be asking me no dumbass questions.
Dollar, wait. Before you respond, everybody.
No, I'm not going to respond at all.
I'm
done. I'm done.
You've been done before you got on this app, nigga.
No money. Mickey, wait. You were the Armenians. Go back over there. Put the target on him, right? Because you had really good, strong. See, what happens is it's going to create a diversion. You're going to make them band together. You know what I'm saying? You don't even see it. I'm here. I'm on your side. You gotta chill. Cuss Armenius out. He's the one that told black men to stop marrying black women because we're changing the culture. Cuss that nigga out.
Never heard him say it.
Oh, Lou, on my child. Yes, he did. Lou, you was in the room.
Yeah, what would be the reason for you to tell her to cuss him out?
Oh, exactly. That's what I'm saying. If we all could just keep our guns pointed at Armenians, I don't want unnecessary niggas to get blown away. That's all I'm saying. And Dollar, we like Dollar. We may not agree with everything he say, but I think the passion should go back to our meetings because his motherfucking ass out. Okay, thank you.
All right, so on page 10, Lou, do you see the all the bank accounts? 7 out of the 8 bank accounts was all started on January 31st, 2008.
Yep. You said page 10. Yep, I'm seeing it. Yep, it says. Wait, it says 22. Oh yeah. It says 2016, 2020.
Hold on, so what is that telling y'all? I mean, my bad.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, 2016 is when they paid them?
Nah, the bank accounts that they were using to pay these people that they got caught with, these bank accounts been open since 2008, and 7 out of the 8 accounts were all started on the same day.
What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything.
Intention. That means it's clearly intentional.
That means they opened up bank accounts on the same day.
My nigga,
right, but these accounts don't have
position on this.
Hey, Lou, so I was going to ask you, is the title, all right, so I heard something about it in passing, but I didn't really look into the details of it, so I can't front like I know what's going on. But is that true?
Yes, yeah. So Cash Patel, this is like 3 hours.
Yeah, I seen the interview. I seen a clip of the interview when he lost it, and then the deputy FBI director had to step in.
Who lost it?
Cash Patel, when the dude was pressing him about some shit at a conference. When he was trying to hold the conference about the Southern Poverty Law Center, he kind of lost his cool a little bit. I just seen the interview a little bit.
Okay, asking about him being an alcoholic or something.
Yeah. They was going off the rails.
Oh, I didn't see that part about the alcohol. Wait, what happened? Cause
they was like, you can't get into your computer. Is that professional? You don't know how to get into the computer. He started to snap. Or was just the clip I seen? But I didn't hear about this. Is that true? They really was funneling money to the KKK?
Yes, they literally gave one of the leaders $1 million cash.
Why?
Create chaos on both sides. That's why.
So there's speculation. So they gave, and I guess one of their CIs, from a neo-Nazi organization called the National Alliance, who served as the quote-unquote F, which is I guess that's code for informant or foreman. I don't know what the fuck F for, but it says for the SPLC for 20 years, F9's activities include fundraising for the National Alliance. Between 2014 and 2023, the SPLC secretly paid F9 $1 million. In the 2014, F9 entered the headquarters of a violent extremist group and stole 25 boxes of their documents. F9 coordinated payments for the copying of the materials with a high-level SPLC employee who had knowledge of the documents that have been stolen. The original stolen material will return to the extremist groups in the second. I ain't gonna lie, y'all know who remind me of? Because it's somebody on my mind that I want to say their name that I think is one of these informants, bruh.
I agree. It's a couple
of from black organizations.
There's a couple of them.
Clubhouse thinks it's you.
Yeah, right.
Roller Ward.
But to be perfectly honest, I don't know if y'all have gotten to the MAGA, past the MAGA adjacent arm. You know how this is going to piss off MAGA even more because Trump has so far never
black people even more. What do you mean?
No, Trump has so far never actually called any of these groups white supremacists or racist. The fact that his administration and Cash Patel is openly now calling them, right, racist organizations, this is not going to go well for him. Remember, he's the one when Charlottesville happened that he refused to condemn the other side. He infamously said there are good people on both sides of the aisle. So this is not going to go well for him with MAGA. Like, it's not. I'm just pointing that out.
But the Southern Poverty Law Center is anti-MAGA. They go against them all the time.
Yeah, exactly. But listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Since Cash Patel was appointed by Trump, that goes against Trump narrative because he never agrees that any of these groups that he named
that is correct.
White supremacy.
Yeah, but Trump narrative isn't white supremacy.
Trump has been asking plenty of times to condemn these organizations. And listen,
I hear what you're saying. You basically saying they're going to be upset because
condemn these organizations.
Racist.
And yes, now they are openly calling them racist. Yes,
but they are racist.
He did.
We know that. Trump never acknowledged. Oh my God.
Why would he acknowledge?
Makes sense.
They wanted Trump to acknowledge other people as being racist. They never asked him to acknowledge the Southern Poverty Law Center to be racist. He acknowledged a bunch of people to be racist.
One of those organizations is literally the Aryan Brotherhood of Motorcycle Riders.
And they asked Donald Trump about a motorcycle gang? Is that what you're saying?
No, they have asked him since 2016 to condemn some of these organizations.
Asking about a motorcycle gang.
Wait, do y'all just follow politics or y'all just get hard on because of Donald Trump? Like, where are the real political guys? Marshall, y'all just love Donald Trump.
We're just asking you for evidence.
God damn.
If you actually listen to that interview you're referring to, you would hear him condemn them, right?
He has several interviews since 2016. No, a lot of these organizations he has not openly condemned. No, he has not.
In the same interview, every biker gang. Exactly when he said
they wanted past presidents to condemn other people,
condemn the Hells Angels,
including Obama. They wanted him to condemn his prior pastor.
But does it really matter?
They asked Obama to condemn like 3 people, and that was it.
Anybody? So we'll condemn narco-terrorists, so we can't condemn them.
Who gives a fuck if he condemn or not? Just do something to him.
Right, Curtis, you feel some type of way, we got it.
Let me say this part. Hey, Curtis, you know what's crazy, right? So in the indictment, right, it talks about how they paid an online splinter group, right, that was responsible for creating the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally in 2007, right? Trump, right, on August 14, 2017, he literally condemned this group, which is the craziest part. He said, this is the quote. He said, racism is evil, and those who cause violence in the name of are criminals and thugs, including the KKK, neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and other hate groups that are a danger to everything we hold dear as Americans. This is literally his quote. And then this is after the Charlottesville rally, which led to somebody dying. And they found out that the SPLC were the people funding this rally.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this
but the reason why SPLC got to do that because they got to justify their existence. So the more chaos they
literally just came in here 2 seconds ago and said you didn't know what was happening. You see how this nigga gets paid? They didn't send him the damn talking points, y'all. Not 30 seconds ago he came in here and said he didn't know what the fuck was going on. Now we know his ass don't read that goddamn fast because he talks slow as shit.
Yeah. Okay. I was in Charlottesville.
One thing I think people have to factor in.
It's gone to the point of
so on either side of the political aisle, right? When you have these kind of covert operations happening, they usually use proxies, right? They usually use either stooges, political stooges, they're useful idiots, or they use actual institutions or these groups. So my speculation, and this is speculation, right? You talked about the incentive framework, right? Incentives drives behavior if you people in the audience don't understand, good or bad, right? My speculation is some political coalitions, some factions siphoned them that money, that dark political money, and they used it to create artificial conflict and fuel artificial conflict. So they would spin these narratives and have, more quote-unquote firepower against their political opposition.
Exactly. Wait, I just want to say this.
I have to weigh in on a couple of facts.
Real quick. Hold on. I'm going to pass to Ambassador, Dollar, and then Alan. Let me just say this real quick. Now, Miki just said verbatim, right? And I'm on the side of right, right? I don't know. Me personally, I'm independent, right? You just said Trump never condemned these groups. And I just gave you a quote. This is from October 14, 2017. Right, this is his strongest and most specific him condemning this group. He said racism is evil, and those who cause violence in the name are criminals and thugs, including the KKK, neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and other hate groups. Hello?
Look, she's on mute now.
I thought you said that Trump never condemned them.
He didn't condemn those groups. He refused to condemn the groups that made the murder at Charlottesville. And you actually keep misstating, which is why I put the indictment in the top. Slow as you motherfuckers read, because you actually mispronounced clandestine earlier. It's literally clandestine. I don't know what the fuck you said, but I wanted to come back and tell you. No, nigga, you fucked that word up.
Don't take the bait. Just have her stick to the facts.
You said like 5 different symbols.
Don't take the bait. Make her stick to the facts.
I know y'all like being illiterate, but even though I don't like y'all credit.
Can you just address what he said?
Nigga, you just got in the fucking room and you said you barely heard of it, and now you asking me questions. Now, Curtis, stay in the 3rd grade lanes that your ass resides in. All you know is cash shopping and putting on a fucking condom.
We see you. It's been 5 years.
Give a shit. Yes, I see you too. They were just arguing about one of your own hoes. I even heard from Pimp that he fucked one of your hoes too. Yeah. Whoa, you want to have that conversation, Curtis?
She's trying to personalize it to cause a deflection. This is a Democratic tactic. She made a claim. She was wrong about the claim. She gets grilled on the claim. So now she's want to talk about somebody.
Yeah, let's.
And how many women that he put his cocker spaniel.
Whole ass niggas.
Which is all lies.
Hey hoes.
We went from Charlottesville to Punani. We went from Charlottesville to Punani. We went from Charlottesville to Punani. Let's get back to the topic. This is a deflection, okay? She never had a man that was more handsome than Curtis, so now she's trying to condemn him, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, this nigga gotta pay $5.
And I didn't even ask the question. You asked the question.
Answer me is you gotta pay for this, nigga.
Why am I being attacked?
You answer the question.
Curtis, you're safe. I promise you.
She was trying to get her shit off. She thought it
Oh yeah, they've been talking about your ashy ass dick pics too, Curtis. God damn, nigga.
What? I don't even have any dick pics. What are you talking about?
Man, I saw that.
Hey, Lou, put her in timeout.
Ashley, I don't even
leave that dick alone.
Freestyle.
Y'all been having rooms all goddamn day about Curtis's coochie. Now y'all like, oh my God, he's such an outstanding individual.
But we do know that every organization has dirty money. We know that, right? We know.
So anyway, Mickey, can you please address what he said? You said that Trump didn't condemn.
Don't address me, you cash for coochie charlatan. You're a fake conservative.
Unholy.
And your ass. Flying random bitches out with roaches in their apartment. Shut the fuck up, Curtis, and go get some goddamn raid, nigga.
We actually have a conversation.
Probably not.
We're here.
Oh, go ahead. I'll sit back on mute. My bad. We need to fumigate the stage because Dollar is on it. I'm just saying. You like hoes with bed bugs now. All right. I heard you not too picky, nigga. I heard you not too picky, nigga. Boy, you weren't the first one to hit none of these hoes. You was like, what the fuck is talking about, Lou?
I don't know.
Can we find an organization that there's money?
I ain't gonna lie, Mickey. You sound like you getting paid right now because the fact that we on pussy and we just talking about politics.
Now, why would I get paid to talk about Curtis's hoes with his woes?
I don't even have.
Who the fuck is gonna pay me for that? Seriously? Who, Lou?
Can you just stick to the questions in that Lou asked you versus talking about something you just making up stuff? Like Lou asked you a legit question. I just wanted to hear the answer.
Did Trump condemn the Charlottesville, and did he publicly condemn neo-Nazis and Ku Klux Klan? Yes or no, ma'am?
No, he did not.
Yeah, he did, and I can read the quote if you.
Oh, goddamn! We don't have time hours for your slow ass to read shit. You need geriatric.
Shut up!
Oh, shut up, bitch!
Alan, we already read it, bro. Please don't.
Double roll, yeah, Mike. Yes, I'm a fairly harsh critic, not the harshest, but considered to be one of the harsh critics of Trump. Now, I was in Charlottesville, by the way, and we fought some of these oppositions in the garage. We kicked some ass down there. It wasn't shown on the national news. I was involved in the Charlottesville, and we had a man named Corey Long. He was known as a flamethrower. And Ambassador, you was on there lucky. Trump. Listen, now,
I told you everything you need to know.
I happen to be not speaking, just talking to you. about this because I was there, and me and my attorney, Malik Sulush Baz, we had the Corey Long case. He was known as the flamethrower. Now, I was right there watching Cracker shoot live rounds at a brother's foot and say, die, nigga, like that. And we were there. Of course, we trained Panther, so he didn't flinch. So Corey turned around and threw a ball of flame at that Cracker. And don't you know, the judge wrote him up and charged him for that, right? There were several crackers that shot it off. But someone caught it on the film and drew the picture. They actually have a canvas capture of the flame going back at a white cold-blooded racist attempting to go at a fairly skilled Panther. And he threw that flame at it. And we went to Charlottesville, Virginia. It has a little one-horse courtroom. It's just one big old room. And there's a judge there that lured us in to allowing the judge to make a single shot call and not go to jury. Number one, he made it attractive that if you go to jury trial, then you're going to have somebody have to pay for that. It's going to be very expensive. You might not want to go that headache. This is the judge. I'm talking about Charlottesville, sir. And then,
cooking?
Oh, yeah, I know cooking with gasoline because I was there.
Cooking what? Some oodles and noodles?
Well, I'm just saying, listen to what the fuck I'm saying. Okay, but anyhow, listen up. Then once he got us to sign off to try Corey Long, the flamethrower, and the judge ruled the case into that type of a trial. He transformed into goddamn Count Dracula, full blown at midnight. I'm telling you. Come on. And so this is a one-horse. And now Donald Trump, this is where that statement comes out. Both sides, that they're brilliant people. Both sides. I frequently say that from time to time when critiquing. And that's where that both sides statement comes out of that incident. And then now these same crackers now came to D.C. and I ran the book of Panthers and ran these no good bastards out of D.C. basically. And then now the Cowboys and some others, they came back for the insurrection on the next round. So they are fired up about this shit. I mean, I'm live with it. Understanding who the players are, who these Proud and Baby Boys are, who the goddamn Clang and their masters are, and their orchestrators from Sean Hannity to goddamn Michael Levine to Michael Savage to goddamn from back to Bill O'Reilly all the way to the guy they just dropped in the casket was named Rush Limbaugh. So all these right-wing cold-blooded journalists from Amos and Amos in the morning to Grease Man in the afternoon, they disappeared from the mainstream. Well, goddamn it, they're underground, still pumping that racism. So I'm just saying to you that fuel to the fire. This SPLC now it's a total surprise to me that these guys, even though they fumble a few cases in my face, I never saw through it to see that they were the race. In other words, when I tell you you have to reverse the polarity on everything that comes out of this administration. Well, there's the live case in the Southern Poverty Law Center, and they are the Clang, and they are the government, they are the Army. Like McVeigh comes out of what? USArmy.gov, and I'll land my plane just on the facts that they practice this racism, and if we want it to stop, we must stop it, because they're not going to stop on their own inertia. I say,
can you repeat that for my phone?
Hell no, Lou. Hell no.
Can you repeat that?
Basically, he said the nigga transformed into a vampire at midnight and racism is real. That's what he said.
Thanks for translation, sir.
Absolutely not.
Hey, look, can I ask you a question? Do you think it's a generational, like, some of our grandparents and parents need to probably go home and just chill and let us handle it from here?
No, why did you let this little bitch baseball remove me from the stage, Lou? Who the fuck is that? Baseball removed me from the stage.
How you know you removed you?
Because I can see it in the goddamn little thingamajiggy. Who the fuck is this dude?
I don't know, y'all, man. The older generation, they might need to hang it up, man. They're in the way. They're in the way.
In baseball, don't remove nobody out the room, brother. All right, Dollar, what you saying, bro?
No, I just made a little observation based on a couple of the speakers. But I think some of the generations, the reason why racism is still alive, I don't know if some of them really was discriminated. Maybe they was. I think someone was really discriminated against, and they grew up in an era where they kind of really, it was present. And I think that they kind of was dominated by it to the point that they're traumatized and they're stuck in that mode. I think the world has changed, and it's time for them to really kind of like just to
I think you're a goddamn liar, but go ahead. I've listened to you on both sides.
No, I think back then. Go first.
Yeah, I just think that sometimes it's like you got to know when your time is up. You know what I mean? Because my thing is that if you had 50 years,
motherfucker.
I agree. Him too. But I think that you should know.
I don't think he's talking to you specifically. I think he's talking about like the older gatekeepers, the people that's supposed to be our representation and put in a position of power. Not you. You're doing a lot of great things. We speak on a 30-year-old. I'll be continue.
Oh well, I think that it's time for some of them to hang it up. They got to know when to fold them. You know what I mean? I think some of them need to fold them and just kind of like.
Can you give some examples like who do this apply to? Like, who do you feel like is like outdated? Because I do think people are stuck in the 60s because the progressivism in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, which makes sense. I see why they voted the way they voted, but like progressivism in like 2026.
A lot of them grew up.
Strong Thurman at 100.
A lot of them grew up. A lot of them grew up or came to age when the United States government was actively trying to run a psyop on them, right? And some of them got caught up in it, and they're psychologically brainwashed to believe some of the things that the government wanted them to believe, and they're rooted in that. And we got to be aware of that. You know what I mean? And I think that it's I think Ambassador, maybe Miki came across a couple of these programs, and they've been indoctrinated to the point that they're not able to progress past a certain point. You know what I mean?
I think you should keep the subject at the top.
What are you talking about, Dollar? Didn't you literally grow up in the hood? You haven't progressed past a certain point.
But it has nothing to do with geographical location.
Yes, it does. It has everything to do with legacy.
No, it has everything to do with
because you were a little young nigga from the hood and you haven't been in jail, and you got $10 that you've progressed past.
No. It has nothing to do with money.
The fuck out of here.
It has everything to do with the time period you were born in.
Oh my God.
You were born in the time period when the government was actively on your ass. And it's wrong.
Discuss the subject.
No. I'm saying that our government.
My dad is literally in a house, the land we've had for.
I'm not talking about ownership.
Well, then how come you don't have the same shit that I do? Wasn't the government on your black ancestors' ass?
No. We have two different mindsets.
Oh, okay. Well, we have assets, and you got a fucking mindset.
Hey, we're not talking about finances.
Of course, it's not finance.
But that's another thing. Assets.
You're progressing. You're like I fuck white girls. There's no oppression. Just some random ass white girl let you hit does not mean there's not oppression.
Stay on the streets.
Are you sexually repressed or something? Why always was the sex?
I'm mad because I had to hear about your sex life all in the fucking hallways. You literally talking about sexually repressed. I know every hoe you done fucked in this out because y'all talking about everybody in conversation.
So in that case, if you mad about a hallway, why you bringing it into this room?
Because I want to remind you who the fuck you are.
White women are down
$5 and you think it changes who you are, and you want to talk. You dare to even address me?
I just
sex in the hall.
I don't care if your family sold the fuck out to white people and still ended up with shit. Like, please, Curtis, are you serious right now? Like, nigga, please. Stick to the lakes and the rivers that your hood ass is used to. Like, seriously.
You're right.
Stay in your fucking black ass lane.
I am. You're right.
Oh, I already know I'm right.
You folded your ass up like an accordion, buddy.
Yeah, y'all two should go together.
You know what? I argue with Shaq.
Can we have a conversation without personally attacking people? Like, it's kind of, come on, it's like fold up the conversation. Let's have.
Well, he's asking us dumb shit. Shake was literally a fucking Black Panther, and this little dumbass nigga gonna dare talk about Shake was indoctrinated. Nigga, Shake them probably that you couldn't even fucking deal with and get out of. Have some fucking respect, Curtis. You disrespectful as hell. You know that?
You told me about disrespect.
In the same vein as Shake. I didn't even do 5% of the shit that Shake has done. I don't even have to agree with him. You a disrespectful little nigga. You know that? You don't pay no attention to this dude. I'm always gonna have respect for you for what you did for this community. Fuck this little respect, this respect.
So let's take Al Sharpton, right? Let me say this. Let's take. Hold on, y'all. So let's take Al Sharpton. Okay.
Hopefully within.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, Alan. For example, let's take Al Sharpton. Let's take some of the people who are the representatives of Black Americans in the Congressional Black Caucus. Some of them need to give up the seat for younger people. Okay, I think that's what Curtis is saying.
Thank you.
We have some politicians who are older and they need to pass the torch to a younger, more fiery population that is trying to deal with what's happening at this time, because every 20 years we have a different set of issues. Each generation has a different set of problems. For example, my children are having a different experience from when I was a child. They are dealing with a different level of diversity. They are dealing with a genderless society. It's other things that are going on that are socially programming them to like walk outside the school, be anti-American, and have a protest against ICE. Al Sharpton's generation does not need to be in charge of that shit, okay? Somebody young and vibrant around my age needs to deal with the issues that are affecting my children. I think that's what Curtis was trying to say.
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying, because you want to know why? They're more prone to listen. Like, I think the older generation, they just have a listening problem. You know what I mean? Like, they really are unable to hear us because they don't want to hear us.
You don't have shit.
We can't even come to terms on what racism is, what a woman is, what love. The fact that our generation argues all fucking day.
But you know who brought those things?
It's not gonna be the same in Congress.
But you know who brought those ideas
about what racism is? That's literally.
You know who brought those ideas to the full? The boomer generation.
Money, it's gonna be a mix of people in that.
It's like we're not interested. I don't want to fight whatever what a woman is, right? I don't care about that. If you want to walk around and be a bear, a teddy bear, a giraffe, you can do that. That's not my issue. You know what I mean? Like, as a Black American, I don't think I should be fighting over if you call yourself a woman or not. That's your business. You know what I mean? Like, I think we need to move past that, settle that argument, be who the fuck you want to be. But let's talk about resources and things that can benefit our communities. You know what I mean? Whether you get to use the men's bathroom or the women's bathroom, that doesn't benefit my community. Granted, there should be some social norms that we should all agree on, but outside of that, I don't want to spend 2 years arguing about what the fuck a woman is. I don't care.
Oh yeah, you got this.
All right, so Ellen.
Thanks, Lou. Yeah, I just wanted to say, let's see, August 15, 2017. I'm not talking about neo-Nazis and white nationalists because they should be condemned totally. August 11, 2018, the riots in Charlottesville a year ago resulted in senseless death and division. I condemn types of racism and acts of violence. I could go on. You know, there was a book by the progressive Upton Sinclair, and the quote is, "You can never get a man to understand you when his income depends on not understanding you." And I think my version of that is you can never get a man to understand you when his self-esteem depends on not understanding you. I think, to Curtis's point, some people, their entire identity, their entire sense of who they are, their entire sense of, I am a good person because I do X, Y, and Z against racism. If the racism was eliminated, they would know who they were. But that point aside, you know, Lou, I think what you deserve as an intelligent Black man is for a certain person in this room to say, Lou, you were right, I was wrong, and I will now sit down and listen to you with greater understanding because I said something that was false and you corrected me. And I appreciate that you were able to correct me. So I'm waiting for Miki to say that.
Shut the fuck up, all that just to first of all, I specifically said Charlottesville.
Hold on, Miki, do you have something to say to me?
Yeah, it's over. All that white man. Lou, you better be glad I love you and that you're my cousin.
Well,
anyway, the point that you know I have a lot to say to your ass, but what I'm going to say right now is that I literally talk. Yes, bitch. What I'm literally going to tell you. Your mama hoe? Shut the fuck up.
Shit, you shut up, bitch.
He literally said, your mama hoe, your baby mama, your grandma, and your future generations. Fuck you. Nobody even talking to your stupid ass, you nasty ass niggas. Well, you are still talking, hoe. Shut the fuck up. Nasty ass nigga. Somebody need to put a dick in your mouth.
That's that white blood, man, you stupid bitch.
Oh, shut up. Alan, we heard you. Nigga still going back and forth to see, ain't you a fucking child? You ain't a fucking sword, bitch. You a fucking... You know what? Let me stop.
Yeah, go ahead, stop. Say what you gotta say.
Oh, quit talking. One mic on you, bitch. One mic on you. Since you gotta talk. One mic on you, bitch. Go ahead.
Oh, this is somebody's grandmother.
Hey, Lou, that's your cousin. That's like your blood cousin.
I mean, you put your brother in jail for like murdering people and selling drugs. You know what? Statistically, you're gonna fucking join him in the cell next to him, bitch. I'll put $10 on your books. Anyway.
Check the math.
Yeah.
Look here.
Minus $1.75 for the fees. That's checking the
I
fucking
became a fairly good interpreter of propaganda, and
I don't have granular Armenians, not like you and your baby daddy culture from your family.
Yeah.
If your dad come back from when he gets
we're still waiting.
You're gonna be waiting past the grave, Alan. How's the burial policy?
She grown up.
They're literally fucking addressing me.
Yeah.
Y'all will address a black woman rather than address white supremacy because y'all pussy ass Negroes. You got more angst for me than you do white people.
Did you encounter a lot of propaganda?
The fuck out of here.
Just listen for it.
We can just talk over. We just gotta push through it, man. Don't do this.
No, they don't. Yeah, it's gonna be impossible.
We hear you. You gotta speak. We hear you.
Don't talk at the same time.
Pussy ass.
I would like to say this. Can I one mic your ass for a minute?
She's never gonna stop talking, bro.
She will. Okay, listen up.
You literally can let me
I lived this thing out.
Y'all just like to interrupt.
And I just told you.
Like, seriously.
Fight through it. The things that happen.
Yeah, I'm not like y'all. I don't have to shut up when other people are talking. Y'all are so fucking subjugated in this country. When y'all are just doing the same shit and fucking.
Things that happen in Charlottesville.
This is when progress is starting.
Led to some things happening in D.C. and them returning with this goddamn insurrection shit. And I'm telling y'all straight up, the young lady that alluded earlier, I can't think of her name, but she was absolutely right. He was on record. You better go back and check that propaganda. That's what I'm saying. He did not condemn. He balanced it out to say that both sides were right. That's what he said. One had the right and one was right, because they were organizing for another purpose, and the good old boys came in and just did some crazy stuff out there. And they came into D.C. and did the same crazy. These are some of the same individuals that I saw inside the goddamn Capitol. Again, these motherfuckers, they owe me money that I saw inside the goddamn Capitol. And it's a ring of them, and y'all said they don't use money. Study the goddamn insurrection tapes. I'm a construction engineer. I'm deep into construction, and they just owe me some money. But I'm just saying, the good old boys on the job. You go to Tyson's Corner, Virginia, or any of those areas, Rockville, Hooterville, and you'll see these bastards, and you'll know that I'm speaking the truth.
Are they affecting you?
He did not condemn.
Sheikh, are those
the insurrection on
those boys directly affecting you?
He did not condemn the takeover, attempted takeover or the insurrection on January 6th. It's the same shit that occurred in Charlottesville in another way. I'll land my plane, but you gotta just go back and inhale and exhale and read.
What do you want from when he condemns it? What do you gain if he condemns it? Do you feel better if he condemns it?
You answer.
Just answer that question. I don't want you to. Do you feel better if he condemns it?
Ain't about condemning some goddamn racist shit that you can't see right now.
Racism is baked in the fucking cake. This is America. It's baked in.
Trump, you or Joe Biden, I don't give a fuck. It's just got to be checked. And this shit needs to stop. For humanity to go on a normal course, that shit must stop, okay? That's
okay. So how much? Let me ask you this. How much resources are you willing to expend on getting it to stop? That's my
How much resources you gonna spend on Iran?
Let me ask you this. Are you willing to sacrifice your kids' education? You never having a home? You never owning your community for it to stop?
You get apples on your grapes. You get man eggs, nigga.
What are you willing to sacrifice?
Man eggs type of nigga.
I'm saying, what are you willing to sacrifice for people to like you? Because that's what basically you're saying. You want them to accept you, correct? If people don't fuck with you, are you still able to move around?
What kind of extreme is that?
These kids are literally summa cum laude in college. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Y'all didn't even go to college. It's like, are y'all serious right now?
Are you okay with it? It seems like some of y'all want to be loved, but you don't fuck with
their house, their education, and their life.
I don't know what you're talking about because you're really off the. I'm asking a really specific question.
I don't think being anti-racist is calling for people to love you.
So what is it? How much more capital? How much capital are y'all willing to spend on getting people to not be racist?
More capital?
Why are you saying y'all? You think black people are the main funders?
The people are speaking about it. I'm saying
you think black people are the main funders of the Southern Poverty Law Center?
No, we're off that conversation. We're not even talking about Southern Poverty Law Center.
It's free.
Just giving them people money.
We're not talking about the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Black people that have been funding this organization as
how much more social capital, time, and effort and sleep are you willing to
actual money? Did you change?
Yeah, how much are you willing to spend of your life of getting people to not be racist? How much of your life are you
it's
willing to
fucked up
dedicate?
how y'all come in and kind of change the subject. Like we were talking about the indictment and all of that shit, and now it's like y'all basically trying to say anti-racist work is bad, and I just don't understand. Like
who said that?
I don't understand what you're doing to shift the conversation.
No, we got here because Nicky started talking about other shit. Lou's away from his phone now.
Yes, because I run you.
And that's why you acting him up. That's how you do
how easy it is to get you off your non-existent game.
All right, I'll let y'all call him and tell you.
Just talk about your hoes and you get all this
talk. I'm here to ask Lou a question.
Can you text it to him?
All the straw man shit you're doing, Chris, is amazing.
Yo, what up?
Great performance.
I noticed that a lot of people were kind of mentioning like racism is a thing of the past and shit is old.
Who said that?
So could we do a room where it's like you go over some of the hate groups that the Southern Poverty Law Center highlighted and we can kind of look up like the news stories?
What we do now?
Curtis keeps asking.
You don't think people are sleepy now? You want to do it right now? I think it should be a little more thorough, like where we really go to hell it up.
I put them.
I think. One second. I don't know who that is, but just give me 1 second. I think it would be dope to go through. Was that Janet?
No, man.
I'm like Janet. I know you're not talking in that fucking voice. Thank God, because I was gonna say Janet. We're gonna get the fuck out of here.
We was going through all of the groups earlier, and then we was going to details about books that they read and all types of stuff.
I really like that portion. That's kind of where I'm getting it from.
And then Shannon left.
I know, but I'm just saying, can we do a room that's just about that? Like, where we're just going through the organization.
We can do it.
Lou, there's some, I put it in the chat.
I feel like I need to research a little bit.
Okay. You left your throat in 4th grade. Okay. Lou,
damn, Janet.
They designated over 500 hate groups, the SPLC. And I wrote, hold on, tell us what you wrote.
Damn, I muted.
Speaking, babe. You're coming in quite aggressive, and it's making me uncomfortable, and you're ruining my Clubhouse experience. Thank you. Lou.
4th grade, how could you be
Pocket, stay in your lane, white woman. You're doing good. And what I'm saying is, Lou, I think that racism is, y'all don't laugh, it's more dangerous now than ever before because microaggressions, right, stemming from racist acts, is where we see blacks having a tough time at work, living in neighborhoods, exaggerated HOA fees, or just ways for others to pick at the Negroes. And so we can't act like these things don't exist or that they're dangerous, even when they're passive. Thank you. KK, you had a lot to say, sis. You just came right on stage and started talking. We're going to let you talk now. We're going to let you skip through 16 other niggas to make way for your Asian privilege. Go ahead, sis.
Well, someone asked a question, so I was just going to offer
You're the only person that answered, huh? You're the only one on stage, huh?
Wait, what's going on right now?
Ego.
Someone asked
yelling at me. Arminius, there you go. Nobody's talking.
I mean, why are you interrupting her?
Thank you. Well, why did you say anything when I was being interrupted?
I mean, you interrupted her.
I'm not going to fight with you, Arminius. I don't think
you literally interrupt.
I don't think it's very.
She's safe. She's okay. She's alright. She's alright. Go ahead, Kiki.
I just think
like a man.
All right, go ahead.
I just think what's going on is maybe it's not just overt racism. I think people just group themselves anyway, and because America's been grouped by race, a lot of times people cling onto that and they try to hoard the resources for themselves and take resources from other people, especially people who have historically, like, their images have been fucked up, where they told they criminals and they lazy and they all of this shit. So I think that shit trickles down from these stupid ass organizations through media, through all type of shit, and that's why people be okay doing things that negatively affect Black people. So I never will agree with the idea of we're past that. I think it permeates through all of the different industries. And saying we're past it, it doesn't really help us at all.
I agree with what El Janelle said. So I put something in the chat because, in the middle of my yelling, I actually do a lot of research, both personally and professionally. So in recent days, I put an example in the chat. The Trump administration, this is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which they're usually these individuals that are actually put in charge to protect consumer rights. So one of the ways that the Trump administration, they finalized a rule rolling back what's considered fair lending enforcement by eliminating a tool used to weed out unintended bias and making it harder to bring claims. The lender discouraged borrowers based on race, gender, and other characteristics. So we know that there are literally financial institutions that were being accused of redlining, right? As recently as 2024, that the DOJ would routinely pursue. So what the Trump administration did, a lot of you may not have even know what this is, but it's called DISPACT. So to El Janelle's comment, what this basically means is that, let's just say that there are discriminatory lending practices, which on the initial front do not seem to discriminate, but may have unintended consequences against certain protected groups under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. So what the Trump administration has done, which quiet as is kept, a lot of these things are being rolled back. So when they literally say, make America great again, there are literally things, guys, that have been in place for almost 100 years, rules and regulations and legislation that has been in place since the 70s that is being moved back, that is going to make it more difficult for individuals to actually use these things as proof of discrimination. So look up disparate impact. If you don't know what that is, I don't expect you to know what that is, but just be careful. A lot of these things are actually happening while we're having discussions about goofy shit. Your rights are literally being removed. And while there's some Black people on this stage who may think, oh, we're at this place of nirvana, a lot of that nirvana has literally come through legislation that is being removed and taking us back to the 1950s and the 1970s.
It's already happening in healthcare, Mickey, with our
exactly. Thank you.
Absolutely already happening with our training, Curtis. You can't deny the pay.
So you since what you
roll your eyes all you want.
Yes, I was just going to say, and the reason why I came up is the Southern Poverty Law Center current list has over 500 hate groups in it, and a couple of them, when I was reading through the list, it used to be over 1,000. It was 2021, they had 1,000, but I think they updated it recently in the past year or two, so it's gone down to 533. But I found 3 of them on that list. I read through all of them, which kind of conflicts. Well, 2 of them does kind of conflicts with the Southern Poverty Law Center's mission. From their website, it says the Southern Poverty Law Center stands as a beacon of hope, fighting white supremacy and various forms of injustices to help create a multiracial democracy where we all can live and thrive. Well, two of the groups. I'm sorry. I'm almost done. Two of the groups that were on that list was Black Hebrew Israelites and also the Black Panthers. So to me, it's kind of conflicting, right? So I had that information.
Black Panther Party is on there?
Yes.
And the Black Panther
This is the most conflicting country in the entire world.
Now I want to hear all the people keeping for the Southern Party lawsuit.
Y'all are the ones that are not familiar with the organization. I literally get funds. They even have Antifa on that list, don't they? But it doesn't go with your narrative. Oh my God!
When you're talking about,
I Google Southern Poverty Law Center and Black Panther, and it says the new Black Panther Party. It says it's unlike. It says it's unlike its namesake of the 1960s. This is.
And the old Black Panther Party was all killed by the government.
Exactly.
What does the government? What does that have to do with?
And brother,
institutions against you, even when you was doing the right thing.
So why would they even mention the Black Panther Party? Like, why would they?
You stress the difference, like the new, as if the old one was any better for the gut facing like white people.
But the new one, I'm saying associated with the old one, sir.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Okay, but I'm saying the old one was deemed also a terrorist group.
Listen. But we're not talking about Curtis. There's no way you're not following what I'm saying.
No one made the distinction.
We're not talking about the government. We're not talking about the government.
I know.
About Southern. So, but you're bringing up the government.
But you made the distinction like you said the new.
I'm explaining it to you. We're talking about Southern Poverty Law Center designating something as a hate group.
I hear you.
And she said the Black Panther Party was designated as a hate group. And I'm saying when I Google Southern Poverty Law Center Black Panther, they're talking about the new Black Panther Party, and they also have an article explaining how the new Black Panther Party is not the same thing as the original Black Panther.
I think all Black people should know that it's the new Black Panther Party.
They've changed that in 2020.
Because the old one was all killed.
And you start swallowing your mic.
No, the brother of the new Black Panther Party.
I know that.
So if they're calling out the new Black Panther Party, that's not the same thing as calling out the old.
Does it make it any less bad?
Well, some of the Black Panthers argue that the new Black Panther Party is named and spreading propaganda.
So it's the Black Hebrew Israel.
You're having like the FBI and government institutions didn't consider the Black Panther Party.
That's what I'm saying. But we're not talking about that, Lou. We're only speaking about the Southern Poverty Law Center. Come on, man.
We were literally talking.
We hear you, El, but we're saying that regardless of organization you are as a Black person, they're going to demonize you. People demonize Black organizations.
But I'm saying this, right? If you look at what the new Black Panther Party has done, it's not even in the Southern Poverty Center. If the Black Panther Party was still around in 2026, based off their values of the 60s, they will be considered a hate group because they haven't even done. The new Black Panther Party hasn't even done 1/20th of what the Black Panther Party has done when it comes to like the government. So I'm trying to analyze that.
And you think laborers like Israelites?
It's irrelevant now, right?
I don't know if that's irrelevant to my fucking and I do think you're talking about the that girl just brought up the Black Panther Party as if it was labeled a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law.
It would have been. It's not around.
But that's not what she said. That's not what she said. That's not what she said.
It was on the list in 2021, and it changed to over 500. So, Lou, another important fact that might be
you know what
they are this slow.
When it comes to the actual lawsuit.
You literally just made the distinction. We understand it's the new Black Panther Party.
Exactly.
We understand that.
But that is different from. Do you understand?
We know that. Like you keep saying the same thing. We know it's not the new Black Panther Party.
Hebrew Israelites.
We totally understand that.
That's not a relevant thing.
We understand.
It's like 30 people talking. Let's do one at a time.
Labeling BHI as corny as a hate group.
Are you condemning the new Black Panther Party, El?
I think the new Black Panther Party are carnivorous and probably some sort of federal organization or something like that.
But
acting like
they were
Black
designated a hate
The brother Sheet is a Black Panther.
He's a new Black Panther Party too.
Exactly. That's
He
why I brought
named
it
his
up.
organization the New Black Panther Party, and the Black Panthers pushed back, and then he changed the name.
So you really are against them?
Well, can I also
I don't think that I've done enough research to go as far as to say I'm against them. If I had to vote right now, I would.
You didn't do enough research to say that you're against them, but you just labeled them a hate group, and you're saying that they're.
Did I label them a hate group? Y'all are on the list.
You literally just said that I think. Wait. You literally just said that I think the new Black Panther Party. Did you say that's
on the list,
government department?
I said that's what I said. If I had to bet, I would bet that they're con artists because I think the new Black Panther
you didn't do enough research, and you made that assumption.
Based on what I told you, this room is full of speculation. Every time I complain about it, y'all say,
No, we don't deflect because you made a statement that you think they're a con artist, and then you follow up by saying after Darren asked you a question, I wouldn't go that far because I didn't do the
Bobby
research.
Seale actually condemned.
That's called being honest. That's called being honest with my opinion instead of saying, yes, they definitely are that. I'm saying, I don't know that I have enough information to say that they definitely are, but if I was to give my opinion,
based off what?
Not stating it as fact, stating off the point that they called themselves the Black Panther Party without having direct permission from the surviving members of it. No, they did not. That's why the Black Panther Party pushed back. That's why the Black Panther Party pushed back against them and they changed their name.
Bobby Seale was one of them.
Are you aware where they got their name from?
No. Listen. The reason why I said nothing about people talking over me, that's interesting. Secondly, the way that they came out in some of those organizations and they was talking about, we got our guns or whatever. If you speak to some of the newer Black Panthers, they know not to do that because they know that puts them on lists and shit like that. So when you talk to like the older Black Panthers now, they say those people is feds because they operate in a way that would make them go under investigation. That is why I said if I had to pick right now, I would say I think they're con artists, but I don't think that's fair. Emily, to say for sure.
Elgin,
I just want to say this one thing.
Elgin, I just want to say this one thing. The Black Panther, the original one, went against them because they were going after ICE or they were being like anti-ICE, and they were saying that's not what their mission is at all.
Exactly. It was only because of the ICE thing.
No, Bobby Seale was not because he literally took the name.
That was the deal breaker for them.
Bobby Seale literally went up to them as well. Not just
those are different. I don't care if he's like y'all keep killing me because I don't know.
No, I'm saying because you're trying to do technicalities and you know what we're talking about.
I don't know if y'all be on the internet playing with this shit, but it's a lot of people who still in jail behind fighting for this shit. The same shit that you try to say like, oh, we benefited from. Shit is better. It's people who lost their fucking lives fighting for this shit.
I don't think anybody's saying that.
No, you don't think anybody's saying what?
So you say things like, "Oh, you guys think it's better, and there's no racism." You said those like a couple of different things like that. No one has said that.
You said we passed racism.
You have no idea where I got that from.
You have no idea
where I got that from.
No, I'm talking about in this room, Elgin.
You have no idea where I could have gotten that from. Is what you're saying, right?
Well, you said y'all, so I don't know who specifically.
It's all right. Can we get back to the
Oh, no shit, man. She's speculating. Is that what she's doing?
speculates all night long.
Oh, my God, brother.
Is this room anti-speculation?
No, I think it's fair that she shared her opinion.
But you can't wait. Hold on. Let me say this. Now I'm cool with the speculation, right?
We know.
But my thing is, if you're saying that I think this group is that, right?
Yeah.
And somebody asks you a question, and then you respond to, well, I haven't done my research enough to call the Black Panther Party this.
What exactly did I say? I said this is my assumption because you're half-ass repeating what I'm saying.
Can I finish?
When I say when you're still in assumption or this is my opinion, that's because you don't have enough. That's because you don't have enough facts to say it definitively. And me saying I wouldn't say it definitively.
Because she kept bringing up the distinction. So I was asking, was she condemning the new Black Panther Party, and that's when she went into detail about. Because it's weird to me, right?
I would think that
there's a clear line between the new Black Panthers and the old Black Panthers. Like the new Black Panthers are active. The old Black Panthers is a historical political entity that existed in history and clearly was defended by COINTELPRO, right, and various other things. So we know there's a clear distinction, and we know one is active and one is not. So of course the SPL, whatever the fuck, the law center is going to label the new Black Panthers, but it's also crazy because they also labeled the Hebrew Israelites and the Nation of Islam, people who have never killed. These people have never killed white people. They never say go out and kill white people. They don't promote hatred, right?
No black gangs on there.
Yeah, it's funny, no black gangs. That's actually ironic, right? So it's kind of crazy.
Wait, it should be black gangs on there?
These people right here,
Nation of Islam on there?
these people will say, it's kind of like, to me, the
Yes,
SPL
Nation of Islam is on there. That's an
SPL has become like a political, right? So, hey, these different groups that are in the Black community, the Nation of Islam, Hebrew Israelites, Black people shouldn't fuck with them because they're bad.
The FBI definitely updated the classification. They created one called the Black Identity Extremists or something like that. Like I think yeah, that's what they call it. Black Identity Extremists. Yes.
But have you guys even perhaps looked at the parameters by which this organization adds groups to their hate list, or y'all are just going off of what you see?
One of the parameters is separatist group. So if you're like a Black separatist group that calls for separation in a Black nation, this is literally what I'm reading right now.
So self-determination is a bad thing, but the UN promotes it.
You literally said a separatist group. What about
Like
Black Panthers? Don't you think implies separatist? Separatist is not self-determination, sir.
They put a Catholic group as a hate group on there as well.
Wow.
There are a lot of religious groups that.
I'm gonna name all the Black groups.
Why did you say wow?
But hold on, Luke. Can I just ask a really simple question? So let me just get this correct. Let me just try to. Is there anybody on the stage right now that is pro Southern Poverty Law Center? Let's just make this distinction.
Yeah, I've donated to them in the past. They do a lot of work in inner city communities, and their only mantra is not about racist groups. They fight for disenfranchised. Like I said, If you are not familiar with this group, then you're probably really not familiar with the work that they do, and that's fine.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Do you feel like, all right, so...
let me see, is Mickey the only one? I just want to make sure, is Mickey the only one that's pro Southern Poverty Law Center?
Can I give you some information?
Somebody call it, that's like a, with all due respect, the Southern Poverty Law Center is like it's not a good place. No offense.
Yeah, we're not saying that. We're not saying it's good.
Why don't you think it's a good place?
Okay, because I mean their point of views have been pretty well established.
So do you think the Heritage Foundation, because the Heritage just one segment said
he literally just got on the stage.
Oh my God! Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
So KK, you got to echo. Can you mute, please? It's like feedback. So you donated money to them. Based on the title of the room, are you okay with some of the money that you donated going to the KKK?
It didn't go to the KKK. It went to informants.
Wow.
How do you think that these organizations get infiltrated? This is not a perfect world. So yes, sometimes you have to pay someone for information. This is why when someone is even going to the military and they're supposed to be like I was, they were going to do a background check. They literally went around my neighbors to ask about if I had any debt or if I had any enemies or stuff like that. This is why we do congressional hearings, so that you can ask these people questions. Money is a huge motivator, as you well know, Curtis.
So the title is false? They didn't fund anything?
You've gotten access to a lot of things that you would not normally have been able to without money. So you do realize that informants are used. This is why we have spies. Do you understand what spies are?
The government use informants, not private organizations.
Private organizations use spies too, doofus. There was literally somebody that I think there was like at Pepsi that went back to Coca-Cola because they tried to hire him, and then he was like, they're trying to pay me for Pepsi Secrets. Like, are you seriously saying that corporations don't use
let me get this correct. So in that case, I can start a business and fund a clan, the clans group, to get information for me personally for the Ku Klux Klan. You saying I can fund the Ku Klux Klan?
Bro, it's just like Black Lives Matter. You know, there's not like
I make an argument all the time that Black people don't have.
Hold on, can we finish this? We was literally just in the middle of this.
I just want to tell you one thing real quick. Fuck it.
Bro, hold on.
Just one thing.
We were literally in the middle of a dialogue. Like, in the middle of a dialogue. Literally.
Yes, right. Let me just say one thing. I wonder about... I make the argument that Black people don't have enough agencies themselves, so what they have to do is rely on the government to decide, investigate the shit that they want to get in. Y'all saying against us making our own...
So how can you say that and be anti-New Black Panther Party? It makes no sense. So,
because you don't support Armenians. This is also a problem with social media.
See, y'all doing this thing where y'all not talking about the point. Y'all shifting to your...
That's actually a paramilitary intelligence apparatus.
Yeah, that's actually what she couldn't do.
I didn't mute it. I swear to God, I didn't mute it.
Can I share some?
My thing is that I just want to know. Well, for one, it's a immunity too.
I think what's important, and maybe people don't know on stage, is
so this is how people are exactly, like literally, Curtis.
This is the
ADHD on this stage is
KK, can you hear them saying that they didn't finish the conversation?
I can't keep. Can we get one nigga at a time? KK.
I swear to God, the conversation was hella civil. I don't know what happened. Like, it was like a good convo, then the shit just went crazy. Like, let's just slow. Everybody calm down, okay? Please. Right.
So I think Nikki is misrepresenting. I think you may be misrepresenting your position a little bit, but I'll give you a chance to clarify it. Because last time I checked, I think it's illegal to fund money to hate groups because you want to know information about whatever you want to know information about. I think that's illegal. It's like funding terrorism, right? There may be a group of Al-Qaeda separatists here in the country, and I'm going to say, you know what? I want to know more information on Bin Laden, so I'm going to give this Al-Qaeda group some money so I can get information. No, that's called funding. That's called funding terrorism.
We've done that before, though, right?
Not private citizens. It's illegal for you to fund a terrorist group. That would make you a terrorist.
It's a non-profit organization. They're not funding. So, okay.
The Ku Klux Klan is not labeled a terrorist organization?
So, yes, Lou literally has the indictment for you to read who got what and how it was sent to them. They funded informants. You don't think that any of these members will literally turn... It doesn't have to be a government informant. An informant... Okay.
I know they funded a terrorist organization.
Just one second. You keep saying they funded... Okay, well, let's look up what is the definition of informant. An informant is an individual who provides privileged or secret information about people or organizations to law enforcement or intelligence agencies, often in exchange for money or leniency.
Yeah, they're not law enforcement. That's not okay. So that doesn't qualify for them.
That's what I'm trying to tell her.
Okay. All right.
That's what I'm trying to tell her.
That this is all right with the definition, and it doesn't apply.
Because you think that the definition is literally one sentence, it's not even the rest of. Because y'all seem to be confused as about what these roles are. At least you were saying.
Don't just read the definition.
Oh my God! I'm so sorry that I'm not a paramecium, Lou. So let me just explain to you. You have Lou. You are identifying them as being paid informants. You have Dollar, who thinks that they were paid organizations.
No, I never said that.
You keep saying that they funded the KKK.
Because if you give one
in the chat, and he keeps saying that they're funding the KKK.
Listen to this. Now she's being obtuse. If I give money to one person in Al Qaeda, that's considered me funding Al Qaeda.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It don't have to be.
It's not.
They don't have to equally distribute it.
If I give you money, does that mean that it's funding whatever organizations
Yes, you're funding terrorism.
If someone gives me money, does that mean that they're funding Zeta Phi Beta?
No, if I'm giving listen.
I belong to the organization.
If I'm giving you money because of that, yes.
Sir, that does not mean that I'm giving that money to the organization.
Listen, the Ku Klux Klan is labeled a terrorist organization.
Curtis, did you not read
I don't care what kind of, hold on, but no, what I'm saying is this. I don't care what kind of information you want to know about them. If you give money to them because they're a part of the Ku Klux Klan, you, ma'am, are funding terrorism, and it's illegal.
No, it is not. If you have someone, first of all,
if they don't enact violence, but yeah, you are funding a terrorist organization.
No, it is not.
You make you a terrorist.
If that, do y'all not know how the FBI would literally come down on pretty much everybody who donates to an organization? Like, if we go after the donors of people that, no, I'm asking y'all a serious question. I'm actually going to take you seriously, something that probably doesn't happen a lot in your lives. Does the federal government go after everyone who funds a terrorist organization?
All the time.
When have they done that?
They follow the money all the time. That's the first thing they do. They want to know where's the money coming from.
The federal government gone after the donors of the KKK.
The time. If you're busting, listen.
Didn't we just do today? Didn't they do that?
Yes. So what I think is, if you're busting a group, the first thing law enforcement do is follow the money.
A link or a story?
Because without the money, they can't do anything.
When has the federal government gone after the donors of the KKK? Because there are literally people who contribute to the KKK to this day.
What percent? That's how they bust the groups.
What percent of the
I am asking you for proof of when the federal government has indicted donors of the KKK.
The KKK has been expanded multiple times.
Look up. There was a case with the in 1997 with the true Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, where the FBI arrested a few of them who planned crimes, partly to raise the funds for the Klan war against the government.
Well, Lou, listen. The clans and the FBI. But let me just say this to you all.
People that funded the organization.
Right, but the clans and the FBI are one family.
Hercules, I actually read the indictment. I'm not conjecturing about anything. Y'all didn't even read the whole damn indictment. Seriously.
I didn't read the full indictment, but Mickey, it's not illegal for them to give money to people that they consider like informants. But if they give them money and then they enact violence on behalf of the Klan, that's where it can be illegal. So,
but what are they alleging that the organization did, Lou? They're alleging that, number one, they paid informants without their donors' knowledge. Is that not one of the allegations?
Yes.
So are we saying that the donors had full knowledge that they were paying informants with those dollars with their even being indictment?
Yeah, I was going to ask you,
but is that not right? Is that not a major part of the allegations?
Yes, that's one of 8. Yes.
Right. So then, if the donors had full knowledge, would they even have a case? Because then their donors would be complicit in the fact that this is what they were doing with some of the donated money.
All right, Mickey, what percent of the donors think that he knew that this was being?
The second fund, they don't disclose the donors, and
no, they don't, and it's okay. I don't know if they pretend to be stupid or they really are stupid, but I don't even give a shit anymore, to be perfectly. Y'all done stayed stupid all this time. Who am I to challenge y'all's beliefs? Fuck it.
She said,
I mean, literally, if she said she read the indictment,
they could even need $1 million.
Check this out.
I mean, stupid is and stupid does.
Listen, she's saying, is the action itself illegal, or is it the fact that the people who donated did not know what the action was? That's what she's saying.
The people that donated, that's what they're accusing.
I just pulled it up. Literally.
It's at the top, Marty.
I know, but I'm just saying, if you said you read it, I'm going to have to read a passage on it where it literally says they go after people who's funding them. Literally.
Who's funding them who? What do you mean? We're talking about a bunch of organizations. What are you talking about?
It says the FBI went, this is how they took this place down. The FBI went after the funding that involved material support for terrorism, conspiracy to commit violence, money laundering or fraud, direct support of criminal acts. And then it says it worked with the FBI and it worked with the IRS and launched efforts to investigate the nonprofits suspected of links to domestic terrorism financing. Yeah, literally.
But what was the first allegation?
Wait.
But that talks about the money. What are you talking about?
Are we going to go so
they don't fall under 501(c)(3) and 501(c)(3).
They
are
He said literally not gonna understand each other. Like, I'm
purposely though. No, I get what both sides are saying. Nikki is saying, would it have been illegal if the donors knew? And Curtis is saying, yeah, obviously it was illegal because they said they're going after the people who fund it. Who not funding
on terrorism.
Yeah, it's just that simple.
Well, we have to go back into understanding the difference of a 501(c) and a 501.
That's not true because that's about political donations, and we're talking about hate groups.
There's two.
We're talking about hate groups, not political donations.
Okay, this designation is important because the SPLC is a 501(c), so it has a nonprofit status with the IRS. The SPLC Action Fund has a completely different funding group, and they are a 501(4)(c). Now, the difference between a 3C and a 4C, as far as what the IRS states, is does not fall into the line, and that's why they're indicted. The primary purpose of a 4C is must be operated exclusively to promote social welfare, improving community life. So when you're talking about it wasn't this and that or that. It goes to the actual tax exempt designation. That's the problem between the 501(3) and the 501(4). There's two.
What are you making a distinction about? I don't understand.
There's two different funds, and so one you can. Okay. They have two different mission groups.
Okay.
Like SPLC and the SPLC Action Fund. So the SPLC Action Fund can be political, and they're dark donors. So the dark donors, you can't know exactly who they are. So you're looking at
when you say you, who is you? What do you mean?
Just people in general.
That's not true.
501(c)(4).
That's not true.
That's 501(c)(4).
Dark donors. There's no such thing.
Yes,
because in order for you to get a tax deduction, you literally have to communicate that to the IRS, which means that there's no dark donors. Plus, it is illegal. I have stated this all the time. We can literally look it up. It is called the annual exclusion amount. Can you, mic up, please? So I've literally stated this. You can look it up. We can go to the IRS website. It is called the annual exclusion amount. If you give a certain amounts of money to entities, the IRS literally caps it every single year. So you cannot just give an organization $100,000 because that organization has to disclose it, or you have to disclose it. That is literally per the IRS guidelines. They track every single thing in this country. I've told y'all that dollars are the easiest thing in the world to track, especially when you are using financial institutions. And we have a myriad of examples of that. Madoff, Epstein, everybody. So that doesn't make any sense. There's no dark donors. That has to be disclosed to the IRS. Otherwise, you do not get your tax deduction. Is it a nonprofit? Is it a nonprofit?
It's under the 501(c) as the primary, but the Action Fund is a different one.
But is the other organization type a nonprofit, KK?
It's a nonprofit, but
right. So if I'm giving $100,000 to a nonprofit, how do I get my tax deduction if you're saying it's a dark donor?
I'm sorry, you don't get a tax deduction for a 501(c). You do. It's considered dark donor, and that's what I wrote in the chat. I can put the link into it. Also, if you look at the 990 IRS tax form for the SPLC, you'll also see that the CEO, her income, or his income, I'm sorry, I can't remember which it was over $446,000.
Yes.
Their net asset revenue was $739 million.
So he received less than 1% of 1% of almost 800.
How much was it?
Yeah, he got paid $400,000 for overseeing $739 million. No. 1 second. Back to KK. Do you see that she put in the chat donor disclosure? These organizations are often called dark money groups. Why is Lou not on the stage? Because they are not required to disclose their donors to the public. You still need to disclose it to the IRS and to other donors, KK. You're reading things you don't understand, sweetie. Nobody ever said you have to disclose it openly to the public for certain organizations, yes, but you always have to disclose it to the feds and you have to disclose it to other donors. I'm literally on the boards of organizations, and I've literally overseen foundations. I've literally overseen nonprofits in terms of their financials. So you're reading and quoting things you don't understand. The public is the public. The IRS is the IRS. Do you see how this works?
Yes, also on
You're welcome. I'm available for consulting, though, just in case you can afford my $350 an hour fee. You're welcome.
Put in the links of my information.
Of course. Stop Googling shit. Y'all. I'm sorry. I am available for hire, though. I might charge your ass $400 though an hour instead of my normal $350. I'll get a discount for.
No,
the fuck you won't, because you're gonna be extra, because you Googling shit, you get reading it, don't even fucking understand it.
I wonder why they didn't indict this Cosmo.
I don't like that.
Yes, I'm condescending, Ed. Get over your fucking self.
Hey, I was looking up some other ways that this National Alliance group is funded, and they said that the guy who started it tried to get 501c3 tax exemption and didn't get it. So he bought this compound and started a church called Cosmotheist Community Church. And basically what they do is they take the donations.
Ask the nigga what it was and he didn't explain it.
Yeah, the Cosmotheist Community Church. Yeah. It says the IRS gave them 501c3 tax exemption status, and basically the money is like a tax exempt shell because the money goes through there to fund the National Alliance. I wonder why they didn't indict them.
Question, real quick, Sean. Did you guys have you guys talked about the allegation of the Unite the Right? How they're alleging the SPLC funded that?
Yeah, you read it.
Okay.
That's on page 4. Yeah, it's called the Unite the Right. This is the same group that responsible for the Charlottesville protest. So they gave the leader, the person that actually started that protest, they gave him how much money they gave him? I think I read they gave him a $250,000. Yep, 270,000. Yeah, it says F-37 was a member of an online leadership chat group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right event in Charlottesville, Virginia, and attended the event at the direction of the SPLC. F-37, which is the guy, made racist posts under the supervision of the SPLC and helped coordinate transportation to the event for several attendees. Between 2015 and 2023, the SPLC secretly paid F-37 more than $270,000. So yes, this is the individual.
Right. So my question is, and I'm not saying I even got a dog in this fight just yet, but how does this fall into intel gathering and all that other stuff? This looks like they straight funding bullshit. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's true or not, but if that is true, I mean, we can get caught in the weeds of the 501, 503, 510s and all that, but it's like, let's just look at what the hell they're saying and if this is true or not. And if it is, what the fuck?
Yeah, let me read some more stuff. It says, so they basically break it down. If you look at the indictment, the 14 pages, not even that long. It's breaking down each group that they did and what they did. So it says, F-Non was an imperial wizard of the United Clans of America. In an article published November 22nd, 2013, the SPLC as, quote, millennial reboot of what was once a serious domestic threat. In its prime, the United Clans of America was responsible for, amongst other things, the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing in Birmingham, Alabama, which resulted in the deaths of 4 little girls in 1963.
Wow.
D. So this is they pivoted to other informants. F-27 was reported as the officer in the National Socialist Movement and the Aryan Nations affiliate Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club. Between 2014 and 2020, the SPLC secretly paid F-27 more than $300,000. So they don't say why, but that's going to come out throughout this case.
If it's illegal to donate to the KKK, I literally put the link above.
Who said it was illegal?
No, that's what Curtis was saying, that you cannot fund terrorist organizations. So, look, the KKK website is literally up there. Should we read it?
The KKK.
Yeah, no, you can actually donate. But I thought it was illegal, though.
The KKK is not listed as a terrorist organization.
Oh, the Ku Klux Klan is not listed as a terrorist organization.
Wait.
Why is the...
That's what made it illegal.
Exactly. I thought that's what y'all saying the we're being indicted for. You gave money to the KKK. So is it a terrorist organization or isn't it?
I think you guys are being disingenuous. Why is the SPLC giving money to the KKK?
Like, if they are a terrorist organization, then why do we care? I thought you wow, that's what Dollar said. You literally fawn over Hitler and you say he gets your penis hard and he literally wanted to terminate you, but you love Hitler. So please shut the fuck up. Yes, he does. He talks about Hitler all the time. He's a fanboy.
The unite the right thing. I mean, hold on. Let me say this real quick, Luke. I see the $270,000 thing, but I also see that that's over 8 years, which I think came up to $33,000 a year. And then it says that they were a member of the online leadership group, but I think these people are their spies. If anything, I think the conversation should be around people being like overly ambitious, where it's like, do they have a right to pay people to go in and spy? And what's the ethical limits of that? I feel like the conversation should be more of that instead of the idea that they funded white nationalist groups so that white nationalist groups could thrive so they could get more donations. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, let me say this. Wait, let me hop in and say this.
Okay, go ahead, bro. Sean, it's on Matt.
Just real quick, Lou. On that Unite the Right, that particular individual got paid to write racist comments. How is that like providing intel on anything?
I would think that would be to infiltrate. So, for instance, let's say it's a whole bunch of... Let's say it's a group of people, because it's obvious. If you argue with racist people online, you could tell that obviously it's some sort of organized thing going on, because it's like one post will start going viral and a whole bunch of racists will pop up. So there has to be some back end system where they're like, they have people that are just there to post, or maybe they have a Telegram where they're dropping post into a Telegram.
Well, the problem is they already know that they are racist. So what are they referring
Right. So
back?
I think, and again, I am speculating. What I think is it's like joining.
Your speculation is giving them the benefit of the doubt every time.
You're
never on the side of.
Luke, you know what's blowing me about this? Every time I come in this room, I hear speculation that is to me off the wall, and I've learned to just kind of grow with it.
Your speculation is.
I've learned to just grow with it, lean with it, and I don't really hear you calling it out. So it feels weird that it's
because
like
I have higher expectations.
But it feels like you calling out my speculation. But to be honest, my speculation makes more sense than this other crazy ass speculation I be hearing in these rooms consistently.
I have higher expectations for you, okay?
I'm cool with that. But what I'm saying is, like, okay, maybe that's like the lower tier of getting into the fucking group where it's like, all right, nigga, your role is to talk shit to people on Twitter. And it's like, okay, I'm going to do that. And then it's like, oh, you move up the ranks.
So, Janelle, do you know how much damage that is to do? The guy's getting paid to do racist shit, and that's all he was doing. He never reported back anything. There's no evidence of that. He just wrote racist shit. Got paid for it.
There is evidence.
The FBI gets paid. Can I say
it literally says F-37 made racist posting under the supervision of the CPLC and helped coordinate transportation to the event for several attendees.
Y'all are supporting this. Y'all are defending this.
And let me add this to. Let me.
I just want to clarify this part. This person, right, was already the leader of an online chat group. So, see, stuff starts online, but a lot of these people are so poor they don't have the funding to actually take the organization to the next level. This SPLC funding literally funded this to make this group bigger than what it was, because what made this group popular was the Unite the Right event in Charlottesville.
Then why haven't they gone after the guys that received the funding?
Let me just finish my point.
He duped them.
So the CPL, right? This is what it says, right? It says F-37 was a member of the online leadership chat group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right event in Charlottesville, right? It says F-37 made racist posting under the supervision of the SPLC and helped coordinate transportation to the event for several attendees. I'm trying to figure out like how we getting to like a point where what they really was trying to do in good faith was
if they helped coordinate they was fully they should be charged. If they helped coordinated that, that's the stipulation in between.
Wait, hold on. Somebody said this is literally from the indictment. So somebody said in the chat this is not true. Literally on the indictment, this is page 4. Page 4. It says, hold on, let me start with page 3. At the bottom of page 3, it says, between 2014 and 2023, the SPLC secretly funded more than $3 million in SPLC funds to Fs, right? Fs, who were associated with various violent extremist groups.
So they were
examples of, hold on. Examples of Fs who were secretly paid by the SPLC include, but not limited to, the following. So it says, A, F-37. This is I'm not putting my own spin to it. This is a direct quote. F-37 was a member of the online leadership group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right event in Charlottesville, Virginia, and attended the event at the direction of the SPLC. F-37, which is the same person, made racist posting under the supervision of the CPLC and helped coordinate transportation to the event for several attendees.
Well, if he was going at their behest, why would they not fund his transportation?
Hold on. Before you derail and talk about something else, he said what I just read. You didn't read the indictment either. I'm reading the indictment. This is literally the indictment.
And Lou,
before y'all do the goalposts,
Lou, are you against anti-racist organizations?
Why are y'all like moving? Did you finish, Lou?
I'm not.
Jesus Christ!
The question.
No, but like he's literally saying 1 + 1 is 2, and y'all keep trying to talk about 8. It's weird. Like,
you are an anti-racist organization. Are you against sending in spies to neo-Nazi groups? Do you think that is a bad idea or a good idea?
I don't think this group specifically is sending spies in to try to destroy the group. I think they're sending spies in to incentivize hateful behavior based off the indictment. They are supervising hateful rhetoric online and paying somebody for it. So then this rhetoric gets. Wait, hold on. Let me say this part.
Do you remember my question?
Yes. So this rhetoric can be sensationalized, so they can get donations from Americans, so they can make more money. Right?
You said he was already part of the group.
Doing this, wait. If somebody was doing this, creating their own agency and shit, the FBI or the Mossad or a Black American version of the FBI, and then we have trusted people, right? The people that's on the board are white liberals. A lot of these people are doing it for financial reasons. I don't understand why y'all giving these people.
Yeah, because we see the play every time.
As white liberals, right, put their life on the line in terms of trying to infiltrate Ku Klux Klan members without an economic incentive. Sensationalism, fear-mongering. People see shit like this online.
They didn't create the KKK, Lou.
They want to pay people to destroy this.
No, it's about the climate. Let me say this. It's about creating a certain climate. That's what they do. They're creating a climate. Everyone gets up and roar. A kid, unfortunately, sad to say, they got hung in a tree. Then it's racist and so it's like all these different things happening.
Now donate to me.
No, I'm saying yes. All these things are happening at the same time. It's like clockwork. Like we're not all this dumb. Like some of this stuff is planned. It's strategy. It's agenda. Even at the rate it happens, like something. It's like come on now. It's like a Matrix. You see the Matrix. Something happened.
Find out who's on the board.
This organization was started in August of
I'm not talking about when it was started.
Yes, it's the same organization.
Mickey, hold on. Let me just say this, Mickey. I'm not saying that it just got started. We're saying just the present time, the things that are happening right now, like specifically 2023, 2024, 2025. We have seen a concerted effort agenda that seems like it's a script. It's like you're watching TV at this point. So all we're trying to say is we're aligning the feeling that we all get, we all see, we all know. We're like, hey, how did that happen? Then the next thing you see that this is coming out now, that they were being funded, that they weren't getting paid, they got busted. So it's like, it's just connecting all the dots. It's not about it didn't start back in the 1970s. We know that. We're just talking about present time.
You mean like the Tea Party? You mean like how Republicans look at MAGA? MAGA is literally an alt-right institution. Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, all of these groups are new alt-right, right-wing funded groups. So that's what I'm saying. Y'all are looking at it as sensationalism because you are not familiar with the history of the organization. We at least need to look at the donors.
SPLC.
You didn't even know what SPLC stood for, Lou. Stop it.
Crazy. I've been following the SPLC.
You wouldn't even say SPLC. You would say the Southern Poverty and Law Center. Stop it, Lou.
You literally lying and shit.
I think that
you know what's even crazier?
Nonprofits are not trustworthy.
Y'all know this remind me of?
Y'all don't even go to church, so watch Jesus get y'all lying ass.
I rebuke in the name of Jesus. Don't play with my.
Yeah, whatever.
Hey, first of all, let me say this real quick. Y'all know this remind me of, bro? Jesse Smollett, bro. Remember when that actor faked the racist, homophobic attack so he can appeal to these white liberals and these white gays?
You really think they care about racism?
That nigga said he was the gay.
Why would they need to care about racism to donate to this organization? You sure do know a lot about white liberals, Lou. I'm just.
Yes. I get money. Well, I pander.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just playing. I don't even know too many white liberals in real life. But let me say this though. It says, so what Jesse Smollett did, right? Yeah, that was the actor who staged the fake racist, homophobic, right? And who did he say did the attack? Do anybody remember that he said did the attack? Black straight men. Right? So this was a leftist person.
Wait, no, he said it was a white man. He said it was white men.
No, I thought it was Nigerians that said it.
No, it was Nigerians. But he said it was white people.
Okay. I stand corrected. But see,
what you're saying is right though. That's why I said
Jesse Smollett is an LGBTQ black man, right? He's a hood gay, right? And he partnered up with Nigerian immigrants. These are well-to-do Nigerians. First gen. I don't think they first gen. I think they was immigrants. And they staged a homophobic and racist attack. So if a black individual would do this, right? What do you think these diabolical white labels would do for the cash?
Where do you think they learned it from, bro?
I definitely think nonprofits are not necessarily trustworthy. I do think a lot of times they get hella money and then they go to the administration more so than like the people, like let's say it's a nonprofit that's for homelessness. All the people that are working there get more the majority of the money than the actual homeless people. Look what the Somalis did. I don't think that y'all are crazy to say you can't trust these nonprofits like that. I don't think that's crazy at all. But it's not lost on me the administration that we're in right now. This FBI organization, the consistent attack against things that have been helpful, the things that have been helpful for black people, like the all of this different shit where they like, we don't want you to focus on black people, just like the senator was saying, or the congresswoman was saying today, like we have a black maternity issue. If we can't say black anything, how are we supposed to address the black maternity issue or whatever? So it just is suspicious to me that they would target the Southern Poverty Law Center and not that fucking church that's been funding this same association or whatever. It seems like the federal government would benefit from Southern Poverty Law Center being discredited because they're always calling out hate. To me, that's it. And I'm not saying y'all crazy nonprofits be lying, but it just seems more likely to me. The federal government kind of diss groups that call supremacy groups than it is, oh, look at these white liberals scamming.
Janelle, Janelle, you made a statement about the maternity thing, right? That maternity thing was based specifically off Black American data. Black American as in our lineage data. However, because underneath that flat blackness, African people and so are Caribbean people who are also getting the benefits from it. So now that they cut off the blackness, what I'm saying is that data is important, right? That data, I'm like forgetting what I'm saying. Like it's basically what I'm saying is it needs to be very specific. Everything has to be like very specific.
But the Trump administration has literally cut. Just 1 second. We can't talk about Black maternal health without acknowledging, because y'all seem to be propping up the Trump administration. So we need to acknowledge the Trump administration, regardless of who you think needed to be studied. The Trump administration has literally cut hundreds of millions of dollars for Black maternal health funding. And y'all seem to be okay with that. So when this organization tells you that it is going to make America great again, it is literally putting America back to the 50s and the 70s. So I hope that y'all are okay with that, while you're also crowing about the white liberals. The white conservatives are doing some shit now, sis. Just FYI.
No, the purpose of me saying it, Money. The purpose of me saying it was they were able to cut it off because the specific group that the data got the funding for was actually giving it to other people. That's what I'm saying. They could justify the cutting because it wasn't for the specific people.
That's why they cut it off,
that was the problem. That's how he's been able. That's how he's been able to justify cutting all the stuff off, because of it's not for the groups that it was specifically for, because it was race based. That race based keeps adding everybody else to our shit. That's how they're able to cut it off.
He also removed lower income as a concern. Is lower income race based?
Well, now you have refugee status, you have people seeking asylum. So
but do you know the list of words that the Trump administration had removed from everyone that was even seeking a grant? You were so... You're not understanding hundreds of words that were code words for minority, lower income, and Black.
No, what you're not... That's not
about
true.
the Africans.
That's not true. Because the reason why
these things, we argue these things in politically...
When you open the curtain and you take away Black structure and white structure and you go based off ethnicity, we're not the beneficiaries, and they know that.
70% of the right. So if that's the case, shouldn't they have replaced it with funding for Black Americans then? Shouldn't they have replaced it with funding?
Right, but guess what they have to do? They have to desegregate the damn data. That's the reason why they're the delineation.
Right, exactly.
That is not what's going to happen.
That's what's actually happening right now.
That's happening right now with financial aid. Look at the financial aid. The financial aid is asking what type of Black are.
This is what it's for. What it's for?
Impression that, because I did see the separation on the census where they asked what type of Black you are.
Yeah, financial aid for college is asking that now. It is.
Yes, I have.
Yes, that's because they want
to
target immigrants.
That after a couple of years of delineated data, then they're going to replace.
What they're going to do?
Let me finish the whole question. Are you under the impression that they're going to stop it for flat Blackness, and then after a couple of years of getting the data, then they're going to refund just Black Americans?
What they're doing is what we're doing. It's not really what they're doing. What we're doing is we know the harm that's been done to us, that's been placed on everybody else. They also know that as well. So where we're meeting right now is getting all these people who it was never intended for, who have been benefiting for. That's why they started at the fucking beginning, at the 14th Amendment, to cut all the damn funding.
This has nothing to do with the 14th
No, it's no, you're not following. You're not following. What I'm saying is,
turn around and be funny.
what you're not getting, Miki, is that every single thing, all of the benefits, all of the programs, all these things starts
works with Black Americans. And when you put them in a status and you put everybody else in that same status, that's how they get the benefits. Okay?
But do you understand that my question is that do you believe?
Hold on, this was before me. This is before me and Miki. This is between me and Miki. Hold on, you can ask me whatever in a second because me and Miki are going back and forth because I need her to understand this.
But do you see like what I sent you? The Trump administration is literally removing protections that have been in place for Black people for decades.
They're dismantling all this shit because of what has been taken advantage of. It has been taken advantage of.
We can literally pull up the legislation and how they title it.
You got, again, on the CBC, you have nothing but Africans and Caribbeans now. You have all these people.
Anything but there are more of us than them. That is what I'm saying.
But they're in leadership. Are you understanding me?
Do not cut off your nose to spite your face.
No,
we cannot survive.
The country is going to shit. Look what the Somalis just did.
The country is not going to shit.
It is going to shit.
On the dollar.
It's going to shit.
That was pennies on the dollar.
Listen, we're getting robbed left and right because they're a part of our programs. You're not getting that.
No, she gets it. She gets it. She just
understand that the Trump administration literally gave dollars and funding to the immigrants that he brought over here from South Africa?
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about? You're saying that it's
It has everything to do with what she's talking about.
You are making it seem as if immigrants are at fault, that immigrants are getting
that's not what I'm saying. You're half here because you want to respond. What I'm saying to you is that there's a lot of programs. There's a lot of programs, and they go through our communities to get them. So in order to cut what the fuck the Democrats did by bringing 15 to 20 million over here, they have to cut this shit to do it over. That's why even when it comes to EBT and SNAP, they had to take people off of it and then put the Americans on it. So these are all these benefits that everyone has had access to. Can you go on mute? Can you go on mute? All these things that they did, you have to blame the fucking Democratic Party for this bullshit. That's why all the shit has to get cut the fuck off.
Hold on, you're with them cutting this off?
No, I'm with the fact that you don't let the Democratic Party invade your fucking country with a bunch of people who are not supposed to be here. Give them, shut the fuck up and let me finish. You can talk after me. What I'm saying to you is, the issue is that these people have been left in the country. They have been given our dead ancestors' social security numbers. They have been given fucking checks from the Department of Treasury to buy things. They were given up to 2 years of rent. They were given free medical care. They was given every fucking thing, driver's license. So now you're mad at the Trump administration for trying to fix this shit. Y'all gotta use your fucking brain.
So we asking you a question, Blood. Are you okay? Are you like what Ella Jane said? Are you okay with them cutting the program?
Literally cut these programs.
Are you okay with that?
That are harmful to Black communities.
Are you under the impression?
But the funniest part about it is most of the money went to 70% of white brothers.
Wait. Can y'all answer the question, bro, before y'all
I am the one who asked the question that has been answered.
I'm talking about everybody.
But you really understand.
We asking you a question.
It's Black jobs that are being
who's asking me a question? It's more than Black jobs.
Answer the lady's question, because
First of all, when Trump
answer the lady's question.
It's 4 people talking. What's the fucking question?
Do you remember my question? My question is, are you under the impression that after the data has been disaggregated for, I don't know what, 5, 10, 20 years, that they are going to reinstate?
It's not going to take that long.
5?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long. Answer the question.
It's happening now.
Are you?
Yes.
The next person who come up their mic that's not Lou or Miki or El Janae, I'm going to throw you to the goo.
Hold on, Let's say it takes 7 years. They disaggregate the data. Are you under the impression that they are going to reinstate programs only for?
We are in charge of that. Black Americans are in charge of that. It's not about what they're going to reinstate. We are the ones that are going to fight for what the fuck we need. We now know all these people have been on the shit.
But
and it's happening now.
They literally already reappropriated those dollars. This is only his 2nd year. Y'all gotta stop that dumb shit. Okay, it's a process. It's a process.
My question.
It's a process. process.
They've already reappropriated those dollars.
It's two people talking at the same time.
Do you think that money is coming back to Black Americans? Is what I'm asking.
I think we're going.
Away and it never comes back.
No, you keep acting. We're not actively involved in it. We've been sitting on the sidelines, letting our dumbass fucking politicians speak for us while they've been fucking us in the ass. Now we're not doing that anymore. Okay?
Yeah, that money is gone.
I'm sorry,
it's
that
already
doesn't answer
been.
my question.
Then you're slow if you're not getting it. We haven't been active. We haven't been active. We have not been active. We have not been locally active.
Do you think the money is coming back to Black people?
Where it belongs.
She won't answer you.
Can y'all let us have dialogue?
Yo, I gotta Google this. She's an idiot.
Because I'm literally gonna put the proof. Yeah. Listen to me.
Go ahead.
The money has already been reappropriated within the federal budget.
To the Somalis.
The money is gone. No, the money is not gone to the Somalis.
Yeah.
There's federal budgets and there's state budgets. That is, what are you talking about? California is literally the fourth largest economy in the entire world.
If he knows
Matt, what are you talking about?
If he knows all the fraud,
California, you don't even know what's going on.
it hasn't been reappropriated. It's been
So, did I literally not say, let me have this conversation with Yaya? I get it. So these funds, right? These funds have literally been reappropriated within the federal budget. This funding is not coming back. It's been cut. Unless Congress decides to put it back in play again. But all of these things that have been cut. Now, if you were talking about the foreign aid, I would totally agree with you, right? That was actually going to other countries, even though a lot of that I thought was beneficial just for long-term policies for the United States. But the policies, the things that have been cut, the anti-DEI, the things with the college admissions, certain funding to Black organizations, that money is gone. It's not coming back.
No. The DEI, we were only 4% of DEI.
7% go to white women.
Okay? 96% of it went to everyone else that was not us and not the white male. Okay? All right? So we have to stop. We have to understand that our data has been manipulated because all these other nations have been in our shit. Okay, the same when it comes to EBT and everything else. When you separate the data according to ethnicity and not that fucking black and white bullshit, you will see all the people who are getting things, and there are foreign nations. They are at the top.
But Trump,
But
Trump even said, there is a clip of him even saying this, that when they deported all of the immigrants,
they didn't deport everybody. They have not.
Right, but remember, when Trump was literally running for office, he said that he was going to deport the criminals. That's what he said first.
Right, but guess what has been happening?
Right? Then he started deporting everyone.
No. Because what has been happening is these sanctuary cities and these sanctuary counties and these sanctuary states have been trying to fight him at every turn. So there are some counties. I live in a sanctuary one right now, so I know what the fuck we're dealing with.
Because this is a states' rights country. That's literally how our constitution was made.
So what has happened is
supposed to have their own autonomy and fighting power as well.
But listen, they are fighting to keep the immigrants here, even though the funding is getting cut. So that squeezes the fucking citizens. This is why our taxes just went up $1.6 billion in Maryland alone. Okay?
Right, because immigrants...
Because we have fucking undocumented people here that we're fucking paying for.
Because migrants actually pay into a system despite them not getting benefits.
No. Illegal aliens do not pay into shit.
Can I speak? I live in Maryland as well, so I don't like to chime in.
Go ahead, but yes, I will put that in the chat.
Y'all don't understand.
Into a system.
What y'all don't understand, you don't understand is that you cannot bring a bunch of people into the country that have nothing and think that we don't have to provide for them. It's the most asinine, dumbest thing ever. Every American citizen should be calling for people to get the fuck out of here who have not paid into the system the way that they're supposed to.
We cannot.
There should be no sanctuary fucking cities. There should be no sanctuary fucking counties, and there should be no sanctuary fucking states. And if you're an American citizen and your dumbass is caping for people that should not be here, don't get mad when you're paying out the fucking wazoo because you don't understand economics and how well this shit works.
Yeah, if you want to talk, just one second. If you want to talk economics, then I can. There is a reason that the federal government, neither the Democrats nor the Republicans, have raised the federal minimum wage in a number of years. I just read something, literally an article in California and New York, that they have to pay people who wash the dishes $70,000. Do you know why that is? Because when you get rid of the free, y'all want to hear the conservatives speak about this? Fine, you get the fucking conservative. When you get rid of low minimum wage workers who are willing to work for $5 under the table and literally corralled into a shed at the end of the night to pick fucking fruit so that you can have an apple for 75 cents, when you get rid of those goddamn people, then the corporations, which are regulated by the feds and the IRS, and have all of these regulations that say if you work 4 hours, you get to have a fucking break for 30 minutes. And if you work 8 hours, then you get to have a fucking paid break for 30 minutes. How much do you think those corporations are going to have to pay you? When they also say when you work a minimum of 30 hours, then they have to offer you benefits. Well, I'm getting my insurance license. Do you know how much fucking healthcare costs? Do you know how much it costs for a corporation to set up a goddamn 401k plan? Do you want them to pay them a living wage? Because it's not going to be $7.50 an hour. You know why? Because Americans are not going to work those fucking jobs. We haven't wanted. May I finish? You wanted to talk economy? Let's talk numbers, sweetie. Americans have not wanted to work those jobs for decades. I am from the South. People literally used to get paid to pick cotton, even black people, on their lands. I dare you to find a 16-year-old that is willing to get paid cotton for $7 an hour cash. They're not going to fucking do it. So when you get rid of the free migrant labor in this country, which was fucking built on this country, you see all these damn corporate ass layoffs. You see why they're bringing in all these damn robots. You see why all of these damn boomers are retiring. They don't even want to pay teachers a living wage. We don't even have any fucking teachers. We don't have any fucking plumbers. Did you not see that BlackRock said they want to give $100 million just to get goddamn electricians? They literally have to pay to incentivize people. You know why? Because we don't have any fucking people to do it. You hate the fucking immigrants, but the immigrants came to this country. They get their fucking education. They get a fucking job, and they work. You want to know the number of Americans that are working age?
You sound silly as fuck.
Economy, and I'm talking about the numbers.
You sound silly as fuck. No, Americans want to work. Americans want to work. What the problem is,
y'all need to have the dialogue. It was a good back and forth. It was the first good back and forth I've heard today. Please.
Yeah, the problem is the problem is capitalism, and this problem is greed. No one should be trying to make people work for pennies on the fucking dollar.
But they do.
No, they only do it because of illegal immigrants and other people who come from third world countries. That is their fucking problem. The problem is we will be getting paid what we're supposed to pay, be getting paid, and be comfortable, and a big corp would not be able to fucking squeeze everybody if we were not working for scraps with buffer classes. So I don't support this capitalistic society, this greedy ass society that has modern day slaves working for pennies on a fucking dollar. That's stupid.
Wait, but
we shouldn't support that. We should not be supporting that.
So wait a minute, y'all. Just 1 second.
Because I'm taking the history of economics.
Wait, one second.
Let me just say one thing, because we just learned about this in my economics class. They said that people were specifically making laws to keep it to be like too many low-wage workers. Because when it's hella low-wage workers, that forces everybody at the bottom to compete over jobs, and they never have to pay.
It drives wages down.
Yes.
Yeah, and not only does it drive wages down, but it makes the people in the skilled labor on the upper echelon make more money because they find ways to stop you from being able to get them jobs, like different crime shit that stop you from being able to work for the government and other white-collar jobs. So they do that on purpose so that not only do we get paid less on the bottom, but they get paid more.
Why would any American person want to be for? Why are you trying to support a big corporation or a big business?
Right now, we just
it's stupid.
Is it me or 33 people talking at once?
Yeah, we all talking at once.
May I reply to Yaya?
Yeah, but no, because I need you to. You said I hate immigrants. Don't say all this.
You literally.
No. I never said I hate no fucking immigrants.
I didn't say that.
What I'm saying is that I'm not going to allow the quality of my life or the quality of my kids' future be changed because people came here the wrong fucking way. Right now, I am raising greatness, and I want my kids to be able to live in a great society, and they cannot do that if we keep trying to undermine the American citizens. You keep trying to fuck over our own people, fuck over our own communities with people that don't fucking belong here. That does not mean I hate them. I want them to thrive at home. I want all these motherfuckers to thrive at home. Everybody can't keep fucking coming here.
So
everybody cannot keep coming.
I thought you wanted to have a conversation about economics, and we know that the data is not emotional, neither are the numbers. Here are the actual facts. If you want people to actually get paid a proper wage, then sweetie, you're literally caping for the wrong party. The party of Republicans is literally about lowering regulatory legislation. Now, what does that mean? Anybody want to put that in the chat? What the fuck does removing regulations mean for capitalism and privatism and corporations? Anybody want to take a guess? Now, what does it say about that in your economics class? I'll tell you what it says. It says that the U.S. Supreme Court just ruled that some of these oil and gas companies can actually use the excuse that they were working for the feds when they go to poisoning some of the lakes and rivers in my beloved Louisiana. It means that when we have Cancer Alley, that fucking corporations, when there are Republicans in administration, because I know my shit. I know politics, I know legislation, and I know the fucking economy. And I was a fucking conservative, so I didn't give a shit because it meant that the economy was doing well. So you literally say one thing, but you don't even know that what you cape for. The Republicans are never going to cape for equal wages. They will never fucking cape for that. They never do. They remove regulations so that corporations literally get the chance to do whatever the fuck they want to do. Do you know what the Chevron doctrine is? That was some shit that made.
Miki, our PTR. You are the people. We the fucking people.
Let me finish, please. Y'all keep interrupting me.
I'm not with that fucking.
No. I know the fucking numbers.
We the people, okay? We the people determine
knows one fucking thing that I know the fucking numbers. So
but
let's get into
what
it.
I said wasn't an economic.
No.
It's called
Okay, fine.
It's called.
I'll read it.
It's called Bergman's crowding occupational segregation model. Have you ever heard of that? Have you ever heard of that?
I'm having a whole conversation right now. Are you okay? Okay.
That means no.
So this is like, no, I don't. I'm glad you know about it though. So the point that I'm trying to make, right? This is also why we need fucking immigrants, because y'all are fucking stupid. The other thing, right? That's the conservative side of me. No. That's the fucking conservative side of me. Americans think they know shit because you can fucking Google something and put it in ChatGPT. Why the fuck you think we got ChatGPT? Oh, I took some fucking notes. I'm 25 years old and I'm just hearing about something.
Miki, I hate that you want to
share it. I don't hate shit. Y'all want to hear the fucking over here in America? Y'all want to hear the fucking supremacist in me? This is what the fuck you're gonna get. So let me tell you, the Chevron doctrine. Y'all don't even fucking invest in the stock market. I don't really give a fuck what you know, because what does the data say? You were born broke, you're gonna die broke in 3 generations, your lineage is gonna be fucking broke. Let's get fucking into it. We need the goddamn skilled immigrants because y'all are fucking stupid. You don't want to go to college. You're happy that you learned some shit that you should have learned in fucking second grade.
Well, we got 111 HBCUs.
I participate in this.
Miki, we have 111 HBCUs. What are you talking about? We've had this HBCU was
so you need to fucking listen. They're not gonna tell you this shit, but I fucking will. We need you.
I graduated from Howard University.
Y'all are fucking stupid.
I graduated from Howard University. I've been around black
generation needs to
I don't know nothing about
your
shit.
anti-immigrant.
Beautiful guys, dynamite. Let's do a room reset. Everybody stay on your mic. It's been a little chaotic. Let's get some little order in here, okay? And then we'll pass to some new energy. Trump exposed the SPLC for funding $3 million to hate groups, including the Ku Klux Klan. This has been going on from 2017 to 2024. No, 2014 to 2024, I think. So we wanted to speak on this. Do anybody want to chime in? Matter of fact, let's get some new energy. Doctor,
can you let me finish my comment? You let Thug bully. The point that I'm not crashing. Y'all literally want to be fucking Republicans when you need to hear how Republicans talk about y'all ass behind the fucking closed doors. Yeah. No, it is fucking true. Because you're a first generation $5 MAGA dollar. You've never had a fucking Republican in your fucking life. You've never had Republicans in your family. You're not a financial Republican.
It's too much black excellence.
No, black conservative excellence, niggas, which y'all are fucking not. No, but you know what? I will land. $5 MAGAs, I don't have shit to say about y'all because y'all are literally fucking MAGAs. Come on, nigga, please.
That is
boy, please. You're not even married. How the fuck are you conservative? Not that being married is conservative.
The fact that people come to America,
nigga, I've literally heard you and Ruth arguing with bitches calling marriage. How the fuck are you conservative? You argue with women all goddamn day on this app. Curtis, shut the fuck up.
Just ignore it.
Let me remix.
This is fine now.
All right. So let me pass it to Dr. Jordan's my homie. Doctor, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Let me ask you a question. So, people on stage, right, from a black perspective, people think that a lot of these people that's in position of power, that's supposed to be the quote-unquote representation of Black America, they kind of like pander to our feelings on racism, which we know that racism has been real, our experience in America, but they kind of like pander to like, or they sensationalize like racism so they can get financial gains. Do you guys in your community, in the Jewish community, is there people in like position of power that kind of like you know, kind of like sensationalize anti-Semitism for their financial gain?
Wow.
I'm sorry, who said wow?
That's interesting. I'm sure. I know that there are people who leverage in any culture, community, society, leverage something of great significance to their tribe, if you will, for their own gain. So yes, there are people who use the anti-Semitism as a movement to counter it, to bolster their own brand, reputation, notoriety.
That's right.
Garner recognition. Do they do it for money? I mean, indirectly, perhaps, but they certainly do it to generate attention. I mean, it's a very narcissistic practice, right? You don't want to call, you know, it's inappropriate. It's no longer kind of it's no longer deemed appropriate to label people as you know, a narcissist or a given psychopathology. But what it is okay to do, I suppose, is to describe the behavior, and it's a very narcissistic inclination to try and leverage something inauthentically. People do it in all kinds of ways all the time. And yes, the short answer is, in the Jewish community, yeah, there are certainly some people who have turned on advocacy for their own benefit, made a brand out of it, and are now trying to become social media influencers. I mean, those are influencers based on religion and culture.
That's right.
I agree. Now, are you familiar with the SPLC and the Southern Poverty Law Center? Are you familiar with this group?
Yes.
Did you hear about what happened today? They've been indicted on, I think, 8 counts. They gave $3 million to. Hold on, David. Are you okay, Bucko? We're having a dialogue. They allegedly gave $3 million to hate crime group. Hate groups like the Ku Klux Klan, the National Alliance Group. You know, that leader, the person that actually started the National Alliance is the person that created what was that hate book we was talking about earlier? I forgot the book. Oh, the Turner Diaries, right? And this is supposed to be an organization that's supposed to be fighting against white supremacy, but they found out that they've paid quote unquote informants to in these organizations $6 million. I mean, no, $3 million. So, what's your thoughts on this? Because the Southern Poverty are supposed to be protecting anti-Semitism, protect things against anti-Semitism, LGBTQ hate, and racism. So, what's your thoughts? And then we're gonna pass the mic because
David, I think that I think there's a lot of complexity. It's like the bilateral relationships the United States enters into with other nations. They do things that kind of contradict what we would suspect are in the interests of Americans. For example, aligning with the Taliban in Pakistan, and then kind of challenging the Afghani Taliban. And so, the reason I mention that is because you have to look deep into the organizational hierarchy and the culture and the various priorities of a given entity organization to understand why they may fund something that would seem contrary to their own interests. The same thing with Netanyahu funding proxy groups in Gaza. Now, the other thing I wanted to say too was going back to what you asked me earlier, and this isn't, this is, I know people love the hot topic of Israel, but the thing is that, we are differentiating between like anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, but the reason I'm bringing this up is because there are Israeli actors who you would never have heard of until they jumped on the bandwagon to condemn anti-Semitism. Some were already famous and were using their platform, and others were using the movement to garner more attention for themselves. And this isn't specific to Israeli actors or Jewish actors. This is true across the board. You see it in Asian celebrities, anti-Asian hate, for example. There were unknown entities who used this platform, and I know this only because now I'm in the entertainment space, news and entertainment. It's a common practice. I wouldn't call out cultures, populations, people, even diasporic communities. I would call out individuals who are disingenuous or inauthentic, and maybe that's not deserving of judgment or criticism. People are entitled to try and make a name for themselves. It may not be the way everyone else would do it, but people do that. But I guess to answer your question, Lou, yes, I think that, there's no one community that's holier than thou. There are people on the fringe in every community that are not acting in the best interest for themselves or the people they claim to represent. But that's just life. So that's my take.
Look at this idiot that called people from Africa, Lou. He just said he called them inbred sand donkeys from Africa because that's disrespectful.
It's the chat, it's the chat. It's probably a burner account. They probably work for they probably getting paid by the CPLC. All right.
Wait, before you move on, can I just say what was in my PTR real quick?
What'd you say?
I just wanted to say what was in my PTR. Mickey said she wasn't familiar with the economic theory.
I literally didn't say that, child. But go ahead. Do your little dance, girl. Do your little dance. Go ahead.
Don't be condescending when you talking to me. I know you be telling these other niggas they welfare people.
Do your little dance for Auntie Boo Boo.
That shit don't work on me, you rude ass.
10 minutes later, you like, go ahead and tell everybody what you learned in class.
See, this is why I centered the non-blacks. I mean, let me chill out. I'm off.
That was racist. But yeah, there's no reason to be condescending and rude to me. But anyway, what I was saying, because it was interesting, is we were just learning about this in the economic history of the United States. It's called the Bergman's crowding occupational segregation model. And basically it talks about how you could flood the lower wage jobs with different people who don't have access to the higher wage jobs, whether they have the IQ or not, is different ways to stop them from having the access. Like Yaya was saying with like citizenship, because if you don't have citizenship, then you're not going to work for the government. So if you flood that, what you do is it keeps the wages down, and they kind of need to keep those wages down in order to keep the higher end wages high. It's like a thing that came out in 1971. I would think, you know, you would have heard of it before, but it's called Bergman. It's pretty interesting.
Can I get a word in? Or?
You know, one of the old arguments hold on, Brother Sean. One of the old arguments that the right wing is always kind of like postulated is you can't have unlimited immigration and unlimited welfare. Right? It's just unsustainable. Right, so it's like you have to make the trade-off. It's like, do you want unlimited immigration or do you want unlimited, unrestricted welfare, right? The problem is in America is we have a situation where there might be 100 million plus illegal immigrants or immigrants in general. And then we have this welfare system that people continue to try to expand, right? That's really robust as it is. And now we want, you know, unlimited healthcare, free healthcare. We got Social Security, which is it's basically becoming like a Ponzi scheme. Like these unsustainable kind of like structural civilizational frameworks that are, it's kind of getting spooky out here where we're increasing our our deficit. You know, like it's to me, it's just like, I don't know what people want. And then it's like, I always hear this one party or the people on the left talk about how like, hey, we're the party of anti-this, anti-classism, anti-racism. But yet, when you bring these illegal immigrants over here, you're basically creating a new slave class.
You're helping corporations.
When you advocate for these illegal immigrants to be in this country and not be deported, you're advocating for people to get treated like basically modern day slaves. Right? Like send these people back home and let them build up their nation states. Right? They should have strong, robust economies so we can have like a healthy trade balance with these people. Right? They shouldn't be able to exploit these people. So I don't know. I look at the trajectory our country is going in. It seemed like we're going in the right trajectory, but now I don't know if we're able to turn around this immigration thing. So, I think immigrants might have their way, and anybody can be American, right? And it's unrestricted, right? So, good luck in the future to my fellow Americans. I don't know where this ship is going, but it's getting real spooky out here, man.
It's going to look similar to here in California, where you got $1 trillion of capital leaving. You already have a scenario of deficits that are in tens of billions, $500 billion of fraud. That's literally under the table. They literally found $25 billion of homeless funds that was stolen by two dudes.
Wait, what?
Two dudes. That's part of the rain. The El Gibbons community. I don't want to set nothing off.
You talking about the Armenians?
$25 billion. Yes, $25 billion of the homeless funds was literally stolen.
Don't forget hospice.
$25 billion over a 10-year time horizon. Then we also have the rail system that's $40 billion, and not one lead pipe is on the damn ground. So California has a model where we believe in unlimited immigration, bring all your people here. Matter of fact, bus your people here. We'll give them down payment assistance, healthcare aspect off of state taxpayer dollars, and we can be able to funnel and move how we want to move. Now, when it comes to other states, to finish my point, I don't think other states can handle that. I don't think aspects of other states want to handle that.
But guess what, though? But guess what, Sean?
You know that was the purpose of the Great Migration, too. It was because, a lot of northern employers view, like, black people as, like, migrants and as replaceable and low-cost workforce to, like, fulfill, like, low-skilled jobs and stuff. So, we were seeing as basically cheap and expendable industry labor. And we kind of undercut the Europeans who had their own unions and stuff, and these industries like kind of recruited them to recruited the people from the Great Migration, black people from the South, to undercut wages and break strikes, similar to how employers had used like European immigrants earlier. So this is like modern day. Like anywhere where you see, like in California, I just read a statistic that immigrants in California at one point, undocumented specifically, was getting paid 30 to 40% less than American born. So a lot of people on the left, they kind of like act like it's a morality thing for why they want to bring these people over here, but it's really cheap labor.
Brother Luke, can I finish my statement? Then I mean to cut anybody off. When it comes to that aspect, here in California, I want to know, does this look like a good model? Like here in California, the black population in 1980 was 25 to 30%. Now we only make up 5%. And we had the 81, 83, and 1986 immigration under Ronald Reagan. So this is bigger than left wing and right wing. I don't agree with mass immigration, no matter if it was Republican or independent or a Democrat. Ronald Reagan essentially used that as a weapon and as a tool as, I do not want to help you niggas. I swear to God, I don't want to help you niggas. And that was 3 million undocumented. We got to deal with 18 million. So when it comes to that aspect, I have no issues when it comes to Africans or Caribbeans. Because here in the West Coast, we don't really have Africans and Caribbeans. Most of our immigration population is going to be south of the border any goddamn way. And they're being prioritized in any aspects of California economics. People that work in government jobs, they're getting discriminated because you have to be a Spanish speaker. People gets discriminated when it comes to the aspects of nursing. Mind you, they got Filipino workers, so it's not even aspects of 100% Hispanic. You got 3,500 Filipino workers getting busted in the Bay Area when it comes to fake documentations, situation of fake credentials. Hell, they can go to Alvarado right now and get a fake ID, social security number, and be ready to process to go. So when it comes to this aspect, it's not about aspects of payment. It's how long will the black community say, man, I surrender. You can bring in 20 million more on top of the 18 million that's already here. Because in California, the aspect of that's discriminatory, where you have people going to the EEOC, black people, mind you, getting discriminated because they're not a Spanish speaker. Then when they are a Spanish speaker, they say, well, we want native speaker. Essentially discriminating and saying, man, we don't want no niggas around. And when black people do have that aspect of going to workforce employment, they got to deal with similar situations. Wow. Just like how the black people in Miami got to go through the scenario, how LA has to go through the scenario. You know, I know people live in New York and the East Coast where you guys have a steady rapport with Dominicans and Puerto Ricans, but Mexicans feel like, nah, use a.
Well, I like the Dominicans. Dominicans are cool.
It doesn't have to be an aspect. To finish the aspect, you don't have to say that we are xenophobic, hate people of immigrant cultures. No. But damn it, when you're using immigration as weaponized tool, where you don't want to hire anybody black, and you get undercut, that's a problem. I yield my mic.
Did you say California once had a 25% black population, or did I miss?
Yes, in the 1980s.
25% of California was black in the 1980s?
Black LA.
Oh, that's
LA County, that's not California.
I said black LA.
No, you said California.
Okay, well, he corrected.
We only make up 5%. We are
tripping. I asked him to clarify it.
I agree with Sean. Like, living in LA is like living in Mexico.
Yeah.
Correct.
Like, oh God, like everything the Mexicans come first for every fucking thing. You go to court, you got a court date, the Mexicans go first. They get the translator, or they gonna put all the Mexicans. Or if you got a court date early in the morning, you won't see the judge until later in the afternoon because they're gonna see every Mexican first. When you're on a phone, like you live in America, you have to hear. Like if you call a business, you have to hear the Spanish. It's like, yo, I'm a fucking American. Like, it's just so crazy. Like, everything in California, like, this is Mexico. Oh, God. Like, it don't even make sense.
Listen what's going on in Carroll County. And look, our state's attorney moving out of the state. He said longtime resident Carroll County state's attorney Haven Shoemaker believes Maryland's a lost cause. And after his term ends, he's moving down south. Westmore, who's a fucking Jamaican, and the Democrats in General Assembly, you won, I'm leaving. Shoemaker says he's lived in Maryland his whole life of 61 years. He worked in different roles in local and state offices, but says that once his term ends in December, he's going to be out. Why is he going to be out? Let's see. Where's he said right here? Shoemaker, what do you say? It has to do with the immigration laws. Look, they were just telltale signs that Maryland lost, Shoemaker said, plus $1.6 billion in new or increased taxes and fees enacted last year. And who has to pay that shit? We do. Why? Because we're a sanctuary state. We're a sanctuary county.
That's not right.
Shut the fuck up. At this point, if a Black American doesn't understand what the fuck, you're retarded. You're literally mentally retarded at this point if you don't understand.
I just don't get it.
Hold on. You said this part too, though. This is important. And especially in California, right? You know, they got employers who do, I think it's called bilingual pay premium, right? Where basically employers do pay more if someone speaks 2 or more languages. But so like in like customer service jobs, call centers, healthcare, if you're bilingual, you get market-driven skill premium. So you get paid more and shit. So it's all type of.
And Lou, this is why all their kids are ESL.
You gotta learn another language in an English-speaking country just to get paid more money is insane.
Lou, but this is why all the kids. This is why the whole LAUSD school district is full of non-English-speaking Mexican children.
Mm-hmm.
That shit blows my mind. The schools are all Mexican.
Yeah.
All ESL. Like, how in the fuck is all the kids non-English speaking?
Mm-hmm. What
the fuck?
I live in Howard County, right? We were top 3 in the United States for our school system. We're down to number 10 now. Why? We're Sanctuary County. The classrooms before, it would be 22. The max class size. Shut the fuck up. I live in Howard County, bitch ass up, whoever the fuck.
I live in Maryland as well.
No, you a punk asshole, dumb ass. Let me move your stupid ass down, because I'm tired of you just being oppositional to be fucking oppositional. Again, like I said, I live in Howard County and I'm active in my county. It used to be a law where it was 22 kids per classroom with 2 teachers. So that'd be 11 on 11 so that way your kid had a bigger chance of getting in the gifted and talented program, all that stuff. Now, today, 35 to 1. Even in the GT program, 35 kids to 1. A large percentage does not speak English because, again, we're immigration, sanctuary county now, all right? So now we don't have enough ESOL translators. We don't have so much shit. The school is just, I feel so bad for the teachers. The teachers, the principal, everyone. I feel bad for all of them because we're just like being squeezed to death. Can you imagine 35 kids? You're a middle school teacher. My son's in 8th grade, but he's in 10th grade classes because he's in the GT program. So that means they have very advanced classes. She's supposed to teach 35 kids and also not only teach the 35 kids, these advanced projects. She's supposed to grade all this shit. She's supposed to do all this stuff. So now it takes them like almost 4 weeks for them to get their grades updated because she cannot get it done any faster and still do curriculum every single day. It's just a mess.
But the crazy.
Let me say this last part though. Now, y'all was talking about DEI, affirmative action, civil rights earlier, and how you include as a group, they find like loopholes to say it's unconstitutional, right? So y'all know in the 1960s, the civil rights after the Civil Rights Act was passed, it was courts and federal agencies that began to basically use like discrimination to include language access. So it was a case, I think it was All versus Nicole, right? It was a case in San Francisco. Said basically if a student don't understand English, they're effectively denied equal education. So they use this as a justification to expand schools, hospitals, government services. So agencies start needing bilingual workers, especially in California. So they basically use, if a student don't speak English, they're effectively being denied equal education under the Civil Rights Act. This shit is crazy.
And that's what I'm saying is people are ready for that aspect because, mind you, This is the entire West Coast, from Washington, Oregon, California, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico. That whole region aspect, anybody that's black that doesn't have the aspect of the bilingual situation down, then you're going to have to deal with a lot of disadvantages that you ushered in. I'm not hating on nobody. I'm going to keep it calm. I don't have to cuss nobody out. I don't got a problem with Jamaicans. I don't got a problem with Caribbeans and foreigners at all. But even to the black foreigner, brother man, do you understand Spanish? Because that Latino, he don't give a fuck that you guys are both immigrants. He's going to say, amayate is amayate, bitch amayate coño. He's going to call you a fucking nigger to your face. And he's going to have a situation where he's going to show you that we're not hiring you. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. I get it. We have people, we have family from other countries, other places and regions. I understand. But when it comes to what Lou says, that's a situation where they can legally use the law, your laws, 64 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Immigration Hart-Celler Act, and those clauses to be able to weaponize it against black people in general.
They had another law, right? It was something Bilingual Service Act of 1963. I forgot the full name, but it was a law that requires state agencies to provide services in languages spoken by a substantial portion of the public. So this shit was basically started in the 60s and 70s, but like, we're in like mode, right? Because we always react to the shit that happens. Instead of being like proactive and seeing what's coming and then adapting, we kind of like in the reaction mode. Like, so now we're responding to the shit that was in place in the 60s and 70s in 2026. So it's kind of crazy.
And the funniest thing about it is these people call themselves mestizos, where most of the damn Hispanics that we do see in California,
check the white box.
Yeah, they check the white box every time.
58%. Yeah, that's a fact.
Well, that's because of Mendez, Westminster versus Mendez or whatever, the case where they went to court because remember they felt like they was getting discriminated against they wasn't able to go to school with white kids. So they went to court, to the Supreme Court, and got labeled as white. Mm-hmm. They said they're white. They have Spanish ancestry. They don't know why they was being treated like the quote unquote Indian or black children.
Exactly.
And they won.
And you know what's crazy though? On that, it's the organization that helped with that case. It was called LULAC. It's the biggest Hispanic civil rights organization in America.
Karen Bass's husband used to be affiliated with them.
So LULAC actually was campaigning they actually discriminated against full indigenous people in Latin America. Like they was really like, oh, yo, we're on some white shit. So yeah, that's a fact.
But don't y'all think that that this is discriminatory to like Americans, black and or white? The fact that we being bombarded with all this Spanish shit, like the fact that our children are not allowed to.
We're supposed to adapt. If I go to a country, I'm supposed to adapt to the language. That's the official language. They shouldn't be making like exemptions for me because I just came over there, and then they're using the Constitution to kind of enforce that. Like, it's kind of crazy if you think about it. Like, but I think this is where America is headed, man. I think the
Latinos got it.
No, we're not gonna let it happen.
Wait. I want to say one last thing. I want to say, don't y'all think that it's discriminatory against young black and white American children?
Absolutely.
Especially as far as the schools, right? Because we are paying for the schools, the taxpayers. Our children are not allowed to even get an education. They are being Mexicanized.
Ooh, Mexican.
Yes, like literally, like when you think about the events, like my son go to LAUSD. Whenever they have events, it's Mexican music playing. There are Mexican people selling shit at the school. There are Mexican people right outside the school selling fucking ice cream shit. There are Mexicans everywhere. When I go into this classroom, the children barely speak any English. I'm like, bro, my son don't even get to have an American experience in an American school in the fucking country of America. He here translating this shit.
Listen. Look how diabolical this is. My daughter came home 3 days ago, or no, last week, and was like, "Mommy, we supposed to be having an ice walkout." Ice walkout. I emailed the principal like, "How the fuck y'all have an ice walkout in middle school? Like these kids don't know shit about shit. This first of all is anti-American. This is an American education system, and you're teaching them to be anti-America, right?
Enforcement.
ICE, agency. This was put in place to protect American citizens. And why are y'all? She's like, oh, well, I just have to. If the need is, if somebody comes to me with the need by the school policy guidelines, I have to allow it space. But the adults in the room, or the adults, the teachers, they can't, say anything about it. I'm like, how do you know what they're gonna say? You can't like determine that.
But I think the Latinos got it on smash already, because look at the Jasmine Crockett situation. Latinos say we don't give a damn if it's Republican or Democrat. We only put our people in place.
Yeah.
Hey, but I'm gonna keep it real though. See, the thing about the Hispanic label, right? White people can get you can be a full European
and be Hispanic
blood, and you can be Hispanic. Like if you come from Spain,
you're Hispanic.
You're Italian, right? If you come like let's say you from Spain and then you migrated to Mexico, because Mexico was colonized by the Spaniards, right? So let's say you can be a full European, no indigenous blood, right? But your nationality is Mexican, right? You're Spaniard, but you grew up in Mexico. You come to America, you're labeled as a Hispanic. You're labeled as a minority. So if you look at the people who get them government contracts, it's not full Hispanics. It's not full indigenous people. There are a lot of Europeans that are labeled as Hispanic, and they're getting the minority set aside and shit under the label Hispanic. So it's real. It can get real dangerous, because it's the reason why they don't bring a lot of Afro Mexicans over here or Afro Brazilians. They disproportionately bring the mestizo European class to America.
Probationary
white, the full indigenous folks. And
that's their refill, because they feel like they dying out here. They got to bring in their cousins. Come on, bring in the cousins. More white people, for real.
So Lou is not wrong. I'm trying to look at it as, is people in the South really cool with a West Coast, a West Coast get down South? Because we already moving to Texas. You already got motherfuckers from all through California, all through Illinois, New York, pulling down South. We already fuck up the housing market component. 2, we come up with the most wackiest policy agendas where we make your shit into California very easily, because I don't know, there's segments of black people in California that have no problem of the Spanish takeover. And you guys just ripping down that these motherfuckers they ain't running nothing here. But remember, your population can go from 30% to 5% very quickly.
Yeah.
Especially when you got 12 million undocumented Hispanics that are having 3 children by the end of this decade. That means your kids gonna have hellacious.
3.
Listen,
3. You must be being nice, Sean. 3. They be pregnant with 1 on the hip, 3 in the school, 2 walking with them down the street.
And can't nobody speak English.
And one that will speak English. You be like, excuse me, get what, bitch?
Let me.
I'm gonna keep it real, bro. There's got to be some self-accountability. Of course, right?
It is. See, fucking people can't.
You got to think about it. We've been voting. Now, I'm independent, right? I don't have no political loyalty. I'm on the side of right? But we kind of been voting for this. We've been so obsessed with let's replace white people this.
The white boogeyman.
Yeah, then it's like they're bringing a new.
They snuck in their white cousins now.
Exactly. So it's like the same shit that we complain about. Oh, white people are bad. White people is this. All white people.
Not paying attention to everybody.
They're bringing a new group of people that practice the same. Well, not all. I don't want to generalize all, because I fuck with a lot of Spanish. But they're bringing a group of people who assimilate to whiteness. It's like the Irish Italians, right? Socially, when they first came to America, they got treated like shit by the WASP, right? White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. That's the dominant white group in America, right? But then as they assimilated, started changing their names, started to practice anti-blackness, then they got labeled white. So the new Italian and Irish in the 2000s are Hispanics, Arabs, right? These people get pushed back initially by the dominant white society, but as they assimilate to whiteness, right, be anti-black, then they get the white pass. So it's we focus on, I hate white people. Yeah. White people is the dumb, stupid shit, right? Which I understand the history. I understand the history of America, so I I'm not saying like not to care about racism because that's important, but when you focus on one group but you got another group that's protected under minority status, you can't just call them racist, because they can say I'm in business. You can't do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? They can do it. They weaponize all type of shit.
Yeah. Listen how they just use the kids at my children's schools. Because I kept my kids home until the shit was over. But listen, I said all they want to do is use y'all as pawns so they can take pictures with y'all with posters, see these little black melanated kids, and then they gonna post that shit on social media.
Well,
and that's it.
You got people like
that's
Kevin
exactly what they did.
But they're literally using your black children to promote a Spanish thing.
Yes.
What the fuck?
But you have people like Kevin De Leon and Neri Martinez calling black children monkeys and say, man, fuck that.
RFK said that all black children need to go to the reparenting camp and be reprogrammed. Nobody seems to be talking about that.
Somebody said, well, don't worry about Lou. The Hispanics will vote Democrats this time.
No, they won't.
Okay. Listen, let me tell you this, all right? Now, listen, black people are kind of like a political monolith, right?
Yes.
Jewish Americans, they vote high percentage, the same way, right? Democrat, right? They're kind of like they're kind of political monolith, right? The LGBTQ, I don't really know their political standings, but the Hispanic vote is real. It's not monolithic, right? Because there's different types of Hispanics. There's white Hispanics, there's mestizos, there's Afro-Latino. These are all considered Hispanic. So these people are in a diverse group of people. Okay, they don't have the same like Hispanics in California and Hispanics in Texas are. Just because I lived in both places, I totally like Southern California Hispanics is totally different than the Texas, the Texas Mexicans and stuff. Like
way different.
They don't. Yeah, so it's like a lot of them, especially the conservatives. What percentage did they vote for Kamala and Trump in the last election? Was it 54, 46 or some shit?
54-46. The men aspect. Then you had a third of the women going with Trump as well, 33 to 36%. A third, 33 to 30.
And then they're real traditional, like they're Catholic. So like a lot of values that the Democrat kind of push, like the LGBTQ. I don't have a problem with that, but the LGBTQ stuff, the abortions and stuff like that. A lot of Hispanics don't believe in that shit. They're real Catholic. That's how a lot of Irish people. Was it Irish? Was Italians Catholic? Is Italian Catholic?
Yeah, I think everybody was Catholic at one point.
Yeah. So it's like
Irish and Italians are Catholic.
You said what, bro?
I said Irish and Italians are Catholic.
Yeah. So a lot of their values don't even align with the current platform of the Democratic Party. Like outside of like free shit.
But I think that the situation,
like wheelchair, like
and Bibi is fucking.
What'd you say? I was saying outside of like the people that get subsidized by the government, that's probably the only thing that they'll vote on. Shit like that, right? Like the subsidies and shit like that. But outside of that, their values align more with the Republicans.
But Lou, you got to think about it. That's no waste. If you have it where, like, let's say they're gonna have 5 kids in 5 years or 7 kids in 5 years, that means that they can overpopulate. Where the replacement aspect is black men and black women having enough children to be able to say, "Man, don't worry, we got."
They got us fighting with gender wars.
They got the black women running to Plan B at first.
They want to kill the babies. They want to murder them.
Where you got to deal with that aspect. Where in order to beat Latino heat is Keisha gonna have to pop the babies out in order to make that shit work. We gonna need about 4 or 5.
Keisha
gonna get dragged.
Caroline.
We asked y'all.
We
can't do it.
Juanita or something like
Juanita. Oh my God.
Juanita's auntie.
That's my
auntie.
That's the auntie.
But
we gotta teach our kids.
But to finish my point, let me finish my point real quick, brief, and I'll let y'all have it. Is when it comes to the aspect they got, to be honest, this is bigger than Trump and Republican and Democrat. Because there's people that don't fuck with Donald Trump, but don't believe in giving 18 million people reparations. Mind you, the Indian lady, Pajal, whatever her name is, she says that once we get in this midterms, we gotta give them reparations. That's automatic. That's non-negotiable. We gotta paper them up. See, and that's where it's going to draw the wedge with black people. That's gun ho. I think a lot of gun ho Democrats going
If
to
I was
look
a
at it.
Democrat, bro, in 2026, bro, and I had to choose between, and I'm just speaking outside of me, right? I'm just, it's like poker. You gotta, in order for you to win in poker, you play the player. You don't play the hand, right? So you got to think outside of yourself, right? If I was a Democrat, right, and I'm seeing I got two groups, Hispanic community, the black community. One group can weaponize racism, they get lawsuits, they can label me racist. Hispanics don't got a term because they simply, what's the term that protects Hispanics, like in terms of like being discriminated against and shit? Is there a term like
minority and byproduct?
No, they consider white
anti-discrimination.
So it's like, okay, if I had to deal between a group that, especially undocumented immigrants who work for cheaper labor and black people, all right, I'll sign with the Hispanics. If I had to choose between a group, they got bilingual and shit, 2 languages, and one group is more protected in terms of like civil rights and shit like that. Hispanics are white, so like they can literally discriminate, and there's no term or no case that they can really, unless it's like blatant, like, okay, I'm not hiring you because you're Mexican. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. Mm-hmm. But the population sizing is a hellacious thing.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Population size, I'm telling you.
No, I'm not talking about Afro, like, I'm not talking about, because the majority of Hispanics are mestizos, correct? That's in
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, but let me ask y'all this, though, man. Since it's like, it's almost over for us, right? Like, we're not having enough babies. The Democrats.
Nah, we're not defeated. We're not defeated. Stop that bullshit.
It's pretty much over, bro.
Keep it real.
I'm just saying, like,
the Bad Bunny, did you see the Bad Bunny shit? That was
fuck that shit. They're just trying to get in your head, yo. Y'all gotta stop being weak.
This is what I'm trying to, okay, so since we ain't,
I don't fuck with y'all. Y'all weak. Y'all some
we
weak
not
niggas.
having babies.
Say him, damn, why you fucking?
I'm just saying, like, don't be saying no dumb shit like that. Like,
what do you say?
Looking at this,
what do you say when niggas is fighting for these illegals more than other
exactly.
people?
Everybody not fighting us.
Yeah, niggas is fighting for
This is what I'm saying. I'm looking at the statistics, right? Like, our health statistics suck. Like, we having heart attacks, we getting motherfucking cancer, diabetes. Our education statistics sucks. We not getting married. We not having babies. Everybody want to fight for abortion and illegal immigrants. So moving forward, should we just assimilate and mix with the Hispanics or mix with the white?
The problem is
black people are already white Armenians.
Who do we
Black
need to
people
mix
already
with?
basically live
Hell the fuck no.
So we need to assimilate with the
We
white
don't need
people.
to assimilate with no fucking body. Stop
Can I
that
answer
weak
the
ass
question
talk.
to somebody else? Like,
Wild ass.
Hispanic
Get that way, y'all, because y'all ain't gonna lie.
That was a wild. I didn't see that question coming at all.
That shit crazy. That shit crazy.
That was a crazy left turn.
He sound defeated as shit. Like, get the hell out of here with that bullshit, man. That's why you gotta raise strong people. I don't know that shit.
I'm gonna tell you this, as someone that's born and raised in California, big dog. Once the father peeps out that your black ass dating his daughter, it's an automatic no. It's a no go. It's a no go. And one, Hispanics don't mix with black people.
What
At
if you
least
turn your hair and tell them you don't mix?
Dude, the mix
If that's the case, then why did you suggest we should mix if you...
That's not me, that's Armenians.
No, Armenians, but Armenians, I don't know why he's saying that crazy.
I'm just asking because I'm looking at the writing on the wall, right?
Ain't no writing on the wall. We don't speak that garbage over here.
Listen, y'all not even getting married, bruh. Y'all having gender wars. We got divestors. We got illegal immigrants.
There's a lot to get married. There's still a lot of people get married.
Y'all worship the Democrat Party. Y'all hate the church. Y'all hate the Hebrew Israelites. Y'all hate the Nation of Islam. So I'm just looking at all of the messages.
Well, this is the thing. We're not a monolith, so that's one thing. We gotta understand. But on top of that, hold on. On top of that, though, right? Just imagine if we actually control the media, y'all. We don't control the media, so everybody has a warped idea of what the hell's happening on a totality. But let me just say this. Erica Jimenez, whatever the hell her name is, a 33-year-old California woman, filed a federal lawsuit on April 2nd, 2026, challenging the California Black Infant Health Program after being denied entry. She is not Black. Represented by the Pacific Legal Foundation, she claims the race-based eligibility criteria violates federal law.
arguing the program excludes non-Black individuals. So she was trying to get into these programs that she's probably been able to get into before. She can't get into now, and they cut off all that flat blackness. And she's a Hispanic woman. You cannot assimilate with these raggedy ass people. What the hell are you talking about?
Hey, let me play this clip real quick. Somebody just told me to play this. Luke, can you please play this? Let me play this. So this is from American Cholo. It's like a podcast, Hispanic show.
Let's keep it rolling. White G can do it because the African American community has done whatever they want and nobody did it. Wait. Sorry, it's so quick. The African American community has got the gear of the media and the appalled, even white people, even young Mexican American kids, young, when I say that, all Latino kids, all behind them. They've got that gear already with them. So when they get offended, everybody else are getting offended. And they start fucking acting like they're victims or this. And I'm not talking about the majority. I'm talking about a few individuals, but they have a lot of influence in the media. That's when somebody was saying in the comments when we did the one on some illegal stuff. And they were saying, well, why do you care about music and Hollywood this? Because that's the influence that makes others. Exactly. Yeah, but that's what our children see. That's what our children go by. That's what they listen to. But do I think Mike G likes to build their stuff? Absolutely not. Do I think the homies that were at the video thought it was this girl? No, definitely just trying to get on there, trying to get on business. Yeah, it's money. What is it disrespectful? Yeah, it's disrespectful. But that would be like, imagine Misfit putting a Shadiki on, right? African attire, with an afro, with an afro, with a bunch of black ladies and blood and cribs, and he's talking about Shaniqua, instead of Maria. Hey, they will go all out. Racist, he's racist. You know what, though? The way I said it, I'm not trying to be racist. I'm not trying to trip. The blacks are allowed to say whatever they want. They're basically the only ones that can get out of racism. So when they do it, it's all right. But when we do it, it's not okay. It's not okay. Then what it is, it has to be even bigger. They feel they have the right to call people out on anything they want. And nobody can tell them anything because they're black. So what does that mean? Because they're black and untouchable? To them, they feel like they went through slavery. They have the civil rights issues. That they're the ones that they're persecuted their whole lives. To do them. And we have been there with them too. If you look at that too, if you look at history, dude, there's a lot of places where say no blacks, no Mexicans, no browns. Right. So we had a part of that too. We're in there with them. We just don't put it out there like that. We don't complain about it. We weren't the majority there, but we were a part of that. We were a victim of that too. If the white man victimized us too in that way. Yeah, of course. But they're always talking about the one last was get civil rights. Children